What if your every choice, every flicker of doubt, handed the keys to your eternal prison to beings who thrive on chaos? Welcome to the Underworld, where rulers clad in darkness don't just sit on thrones, they feast on the marrow of your indecision. Your fate? It hangs by a thread, woven from the missteps and misadventures of countless souls before you. Each whisper of fate pulses with a rhythm you can almost hear, a heartbeat of ancient power. They watch, ever watchful, their eyes glinting like polished obsidian as you wade through life with all the grace of a drunken peasant. Frivolous choices, you think? No, my friend. Each decision is a coin tossed into a bottomless pit, echoing with the laughter of those who've succumbed to their own mortality. You stand on a precipice, one foot teetering into the abyss of their judgment. The rulers of the underworld, dark jesters with grim smiles, spin your fate like a game of dice, each roll an exquisite act of malice. The stakes? Oh, nothing less than your very essence, your soul, stripped bare and held aloft for their amusement. It's a carnival of despair. A macabre theater where your laughter becomes a haunting melody, an anthem for the damned. Lost medieval scrolls speak of their caprices, stone-cold kings draped in shadows, queens adorned with bones and secrets. They convene in smoke-choked chambers, the air thick with dread and the scent of burning dreams. Each ruler possesses a power that defies logic, a wicked sense of humor that could make even the bravest knight quiver. Have you ever danced with insanity? Here, every misstep is a tango with your worst fears, every grin a promise of unending torment. Why do they do it? Ah, that's the paradox. Power is a game, and they are the puppeteers, manipulating strings of fate while sipping on the elixirs of your anguish. They thrive on chaos, and your life, oh, it's the best entertainment they've ever had. With every heartbeat, the walls close in, the shadows elongate, and a sinister laughter echoes through the corridors of your mind. You can't escape. Not now. Not ever. They'll carve your choices into the very fabric of existence, shaping your destiny with the same malevolent glee that a child shapes clay. What would you sacrifice to change your fate? A memory? Your sanity? Perhaps your sense of humor? The rulers of the underworld await your answer, cloaked in mystery and delight, ready to snatch your soul from the brink of oblivion. So, as the clock ticks down and the shadows twist unnaturally, consider this: are you the master of your fate or merely a pawn in their wicked game? The truth lies in the abyss, a gaping maw waiting to swallow your every hope. Tread carefully, for the path ahead is rife with peril, and only the bravest, or the most foolish, will dare to confront the darkness that beckons. Welcome to the abyss, where choices become chains, and your eternal fate hangs in the balance. The chill of the night air wraps around me, an icy shroud that prickles my skin as I stand at the edge of the graveyard. The shadows of tombstones loom, grotesque figures in the dark, each etched with stories of lives ended and futures unfulfilled. Moonlight spills like spilled milk across the earth, illuminating the fresh mound of dirt where they buried her just a week ago. I can still smell the damp earth, taste the salt of tears, a bitter reminder that she's gone. I remember her laughter, the way it echoed through the halls of my childhood home, now a hollow shell of its former self. I remember the warmth of her hand in mine, the way she'd squeeze it tightly whenever she felt fear creeping in. I can't breathe. The weight of it all presses down, a suffocating force. I see Aaron, my brother, not far off, pacing like a caged animal. His brow is furrowed, his fists clenched tight. He's always been the strong one, the protector. But the grief has stripped him bare, left him vulnerable and raw. I remember when we used to laugh at the darkness, the way we'd imagine the underworld as a circus of lost souls, a twisted carnival of the damned, where the ghosts of our ancestors dance to the tune of our fears. Now, it feels all too real. The underworld isn't a place, I murmur, more to myself than to him. It's a feeling. He whirls around, his eyes dark pits of anguish. What do you know about it? You've read your damn books, but you don't know what it's like to lose someone. The accusation hangs heavy in the air, the truth of it sharp like glass. I swallow hard, the words of old philosophers echoing in my mind. The Greeks spoke of Hades, the Romans of Aeacus, each culture weaving tales of shadow and despair, of judgment and redemption. We have to face it, Aaron, I plead, the stories are alive in us. They don't end, they pulse through our veins. He shakes his head violently, the shadows of our past flickering in his gaze. You think this is about stories? This is about our lives. She's gone, and you're thinking about myths. You're stuck in a fairy tale. I feel the sting of his words, a bitter reminder that reality isn't just a story, it's a monstrous beast with claws that tear at your soul. Yet, there's a part of me, a flicker of madness, that clings to those tales. I remember the way they spoke of the river Styx, a boundary between the living and the dead, where souls journeyed in rickety boats rowed by the silent and the damned. My mind races through the history of the underworld, of eternal night and futile struggles. What if the tales were true? What if we were meant to confront our shadows, to dance with them instead of running away? Aaron's anger is a storm, and it crashes against me, but beneath that tempest lies something deeper, fear. The kind that gnaws at the edges of sanity, whispering that we're not just standing at the edge of a graveyard, we're staring into an abyss that calls to us. I can't face her again, he confesses, his voice tremulous. I can't hear her scream. I want to comfort him, but how do you comfort a soul gripped by the very essence of despair? I remember the stories of Orpheus, descending into the depths to reclaim his love, only to be consumed by doubt and darkness. What if we're meant to understand the underworld, not as a finality, but as a passage? I venture, my voice barely above a whisper. What if she's still here, waiting for us to remember her? His eyes narrow, suspicion mingling with pain. You think we can just talk to her? Like some seance bullshit? There's power in memory, I insist, urgency flooding my veins. The underworld is built on what we refuse to let go. It's the weight of our grief, the darkness we carry. She lives in our hearts and in our stories. I step closer, willing him to see the truth of it. We can't let her slip away into nothingness. Not like this. Silence stretches between us, the air thick with unshed tears and unspoken words. A crow caws from the trees, its sound slicing through the stillness like a knife. I remember the tales of crows, messengers of death, harbingers of change. I see the shadows shift, and for a heartbeat, I feel her presence, a ghostly warmth. It flutters, a whisper of a memory, a promise left unfulfilled. Aaron, I say urgently, if we call to her, if we honor her memory, perhaps we can bridge the worlds. He hesitates, the walls around his heart cracking just a fraction. What if she doesn't want to come back? What if she's moved on? The question echoes, a haunting melody that forces me to confront my own fears. What if the tales of the underworld are not just about loss, but about acceptance? About finding the courage to let go, even when every fiber of your being screams to hold on. I remember what she said, the day I choke on the words, the weight of them nearly too much to bear. She said we were her legacy, that our memories would keep her alive. Tears spill down his cheeks, and I find myself trembling, reaching out, our hands barely brushing against each other, electric with unspoken grief. The air around us thickens, each heartbeat resonating like a drum in the stillness of the night. I can feel the story surging within us, the narratives of the past weaving an intricate tapestry of pain and love. We stand on the precipice, caught in an eternal twilight, the veil between worlds thinning as the shadows of our ancestors reach out from the underworld. The moon hangs heavy above, casting a baleful light upon our sorrow. And as we breathe, the silence fills with unspeakable truths, waiting for us to unravel them. Is this the end, or merely a beginning? The boundaries are blurred, and as darkness swells around us, we know, this is just the beginning. The darkness enveloped me like a heavy shroud, a blanket stitched from the shadows of forgotten dreams. I stood in the heart of the underworld, where whispers echoed off ancient stone, each breath a tremor, each heartbeat a warning. The air was thick with dread, pulsating with the weight of old souls, lost and lingering, seeking vengeance or solace in the depths of their despair. I could hear the distant clinking of chains, the mournful wails of spirits caught between realms, and it sent shivers down my spine. I remember standing there, a chilling realization coursing through me, the pantheon of underworld rulers had convened, and the fate of the living trembled precariously on the edge of their judgment. The ground was slick and treacherous, as if the earth itself was alive, shifting beneath the weight of countless sins. I held my breath as shadows flickered, revealing ghostly figures draped in cloaks of despair. Each ruler bore the scars of their own torments, etched deep into their very essence. First among them was Moros, the harbinger of doom, his presence a storm that darkened the skies. His eyes, voids of infinite sorrow, held the weight of every tragedy ever lived. He gazed upon me, and I felt my heart stutter, the air thick with promises of ruin. Moros was no mere god of misfortune, he wore his pain like armor, each misstep echoing in the chambers of his hollow chest. He was a figure of despair, yet something within him flickered, a longing for redemption, an echo of the love he once knew. Then there was Nyx, the goddess of night, wrapped in a cloak spun from the stars. Her laughter was a haunting melody that sent chills racing down my spine. She was beautiful and terrible, her allure as intoxicating as the scent of freshly spilled blood. Nyx knew the horrors lurking in the hearts of mortals, their darkest fears and unfathomable desires. Her presence thrummed with an energy that felt impossibly alive, a contrast to the deadened world surrounding us. Yet, within her gaze was an unquenchable sadness, a reminder of all she had sacrificed to maintain the balance between light and darkness. And then there was Thanatos, the god of death, a figure cloaked in shadows yet radiating a chilling warmth. His touch was gentle, a paradox that left me gasping for breath. I remember how he moved like smoke, slipping through the realms with an ease that belied the weight of his duty. He was not a monster, but rather a reluctant shepherd, guiding souls to their final rest. The burden of his role bore heavily upon him, each lost life a scar upon his heart. In that moment, I saw the flicker of anguish within him, a yearning to be more than a mere guide, to be remembered for something beyond death. The tension coiled around us like a serpent, tightening with each passing moment. The rulers stood in a silent circle, the air thick with unsaid words, emotion simmering just beneath the surface. I felt the weight of their histories pressing against me, clamoring for recognition. A flicker of movement caught my eye. A figure stepped from the shadows, Hades, the king of the underworld, whose very presence sent a tremor of dread through my core. He was both majestic and terrifying, a living embodiment of the abyss. His voice, a dark whisper that resonated through the cavern, spoke of the balance between life and death, light and shadow. "I am not a monster," he proclaimed, his voice rich and resonant, echoing through the dark. "I am the keeper of souls, the guardian of those who have passed. They come to me, not as captives, but as seekers of peace." I watched in a near daze as he gestured to the shadows, revealing the flickering forms of the departed, drawn like moths to a flame. Yet, beneath the surface of his words, I sensed the weight of countless regrets, the burden of a ruler forced to confront the chaos of existence. Each soul he received was a reminder of the life he had chosen, the sacrifices made for an eternal crown. And as they stood there, the rulers of the underworld, I could almost taste the bitterness of their unfulfilled desires, the longing for love, acceptance, purpose. The darkness was not merely a backdrop, it was a living entity, feeding on their turmoil, a reminder of the weight of choices made long ago. I remember my own emptiness echoing within their shared silence, the chasm that yawned wide between the living and the dead. I felt alive and terrified, caught in the grip of something vast and unknowable. The rulers turned their gazes toward me, their eyes piercing through the veil that separated our worlds. They saw my fears, my dreams, my regrets, and in that moment, I realized, we were all bound by the same relentless tide of fate, spinning like stars in a universe too grand to comprehend. And as the silence deepened, an unbreakable tension coiled tighter, fear and longing entwined in a dance as old as time. I felt my pulse quicken, the air thick with the promise of confrontation. Each ruler held their secrets close, and the shadows beckoned, whispering temptations that threatened to drown me in their depths. "What will you choose?" a voice emerged from the darkness, and I knew that it was not merely a question of life and death, but of hope and despair, love and loss. The echoes of the past hung around us like ghosts, reminding me that every heartbeat mattered, every whispered wish for something more. But as their eyes bore into mine, I felt the weight of their gaze, a shared understanding that transcended the boundaries of existence. We were all threads woven into the same tapestry, our fates intertwined in a cosmic dance of shadows and light. And as I stood there, paralyzed by the intensity of it all, I realized that neither life nor death held dominion, rather, it was the choices we made within those realms that truly defined us. And somewhere in the distance, I could hear the ticking of a clock, a reminder that time was slipping away, urging us towards the inevitable confrontation. The darkness swelled around us, and I knew that the true test lay ahead, a choice that would ripple through eternity like a stone dropped in a still pond, sending waves of consequence spiraling into the unknown. In that moment of stillness, I understood the truth that bound us all. Even in the depths of despair, there was something worth fighting for. Even within the pantheon of rulers, flawed and tormented, there flickered a hope that perhaps, just perhaps, redemption lay within our grasp. And as the darkness deepened, I braced myself, knowing that the echoes of our choices would guide us into the heart of an impending storm. The moon hung low over the jagged horizon, a silver coin slipping through a sea of night. In the quiet of the valley, shadows danced, whispering secrets of the past, of lost souls wandering amongst the ruins. I stood there, heart racing, the air thick with the perfume of fear and fascination. I could almost hear them, the ghostly echoes of the dead, their voices entwined in the breeze. They were calling to me, begging to be remembered, to be mourned, to be feared. I remember the first time I met Melina, the priestess, her eyes ablaze with the fire of the ancients, her hand stained with the ash of burnt offerings. She was a storm in a fragile world, wrestling with the weight of the dead. They told her she was chosen, but I saw the cracks in her facade, the fear flickering behind her fierce resolve like a candle in a gale. "You don't understand," she'd whispered, desperation clawing at her throat. "The underworld is not a place of peace. It's a cauldron of chaos." The ground trembled as if the earth itself was lending its voice to her lament, and for a moment, I felt it, a pulse, a heartbeat beneath the soil, a reminder that the dead never truly rest. The weight of her truth pressed against my chest, and I wondered if I, too, would one day become a ghost, a memory lost in the shadows of time. And then there was Tarek, the warrior, his spirit forged in the fires of battle, but even he carried the burden of doubt. His laughter was a mask, a shield against the gnawing fear that whispered in the back of his mind. "Death is a coward," he declared, sword gleaming under the dying light, "but I'll meet him on the battlefield." Yet, I saw the tremor in his hands, the way his eyes darted toward the shadows, as if he expected the darkness to rise and swallow him whole. In that moment, as the moon cast its pale light, I felt the weight of their struggles intertwine with my own, a thread of fear and longing weaving us together in a tapestry of despair. The three of us were bound by a shared fate, haunted by the specter of what lay beneath, a world that promised both salvation and damnation. Tarek's laughter echoed in the stillness, a desperate attempt to drown out the whispers of the underworld. "They bathe once a year, you know. And yet, they still ask for romance," he joked, but it was a hollow sound, a mask so thin it could shatter at any moment. I could see the truth behind the jest, the vulnerability of a man who knew too well that love was as fleeting as life itself. The moon began to wane, slipping further into obscurity, and I felt the shadows stretch, yawning wide, inviting us into their embrace. "Come," they seemed to beckon, "come and see what lies beyond." I shivered, a thrill of both terror and curiosity coursing through me. I remember the night Melina performed the ritual, the air heavy with incense, the flames licking the sky like hungry serpents. Her voice rose above the crackling fire, weaving tales of gods and monsters, of souls lost and found. "Hades awaits," she intoned, her gaze piercing through the darkness, "but he is not merciful." The whispers of the dead grew louder, an insistent chorus that clawed at my sanity. I could feel the weight of their longing, their sorrow wrapping around me like a shroud. "What do they want?" I whispered, the words barely escaping my lips, tinged with fear and fascination. Melina's eyes darkened, shadows pooling in their depths. "To be remembered," she murmured, "or to be forgotten." Tarek shifted uncomfortably, the flicker of the flames casting monstrous shapes upon his face. "But isn't death just the end?" he questioned, his bravado cracking, revealing the vulnerability beneath. "What's the point of remembering if it only brings pain?" Melina's voice was a haunting melody, soft yet filled with an unshakable resolve. "To remember is to honor. To forget is to let them fade into nothingness." I felt the weight of her words crush me. I understood then that we were not just spectators in this dance with the dead. We were players, caught in a web of fear, love, and heartache, staring into the abyss. And as the fire died, the world around us shifted. The shadows lunged, curling around our ankles, dragging us to the edge of the abyss, the underworld beckoning like a siren song. I could feel the chill of death brush past me, a ghostly caress that excited and terrified me in equal measure. The clock ticked relentlessly, each second a reminder of our mortality, of the fleeting nature of existence. Could we truly confront what lay beneath us? In that moment, the past fractured, memories crashing together like waves against jagged rocks. I remembered my own fears, the monsters lurking beneath my bed, the ghosts of lost loved ones whispering truths only I could hear. I was not just a witness, I was a participant, dancing on the edges of memory and oblivion. Fear is a ghost, Melina said, her voice trembling, but it can also be a guide. I could see the resolve hardening in her eyes, a fierce light that cut through the darkness. Tarek stood beside her, his sword gripped tightly, a warrior ready to face the unknown. Together, they were a force, a tempest on the brink of collision with a world that promised both glory and despair. And then it came, an unearthly cry echoed through the night, a sound that shook the very ground beneath our feet. The veil between life and death thinned, and I felt a rush of cold air as if the underworld itself was exhaling, inviting us to step closer, to taste the darkness that lingered just beyond the edge of light. My heart thundered in my chest, each beat a reminder of the choices we had yet to make. Would we stand against the tide of shadows, or would we succumb to the siren's call? In that moment, I knew our fates were intertwined, a cosmic dance of love and loss, fear and courage, spiraling into an eternity that loomed just beyond our grasp. As the night deepened, I realized the underworld was not merely a resting place for the dead, it was a haunting reflection of our own fears, desires, and regrets. And as the shadows whispered, I understood that we were more than just our bodies, we were memories, dreams, and echoes of what once was. The moon began to wane, and the darkness drew closer, wrapping around us like a lover's embrace, as we dared to take the first step into the unknown. The pulse of the underworld was calling, relentless and intoxicating, and we were ready to listen. The clock ticked, an agonizing metronome pulsing through the stifling silence of the chamber, its sound a reminder of time slipping, crashing away. A dim torch flickered, casting shadows that danced like specters upon the cold stone walls. Here, in this place of judgment, hearts trembled as the weight of souls hung heavy in the air, an electric tension thrumming like a stretched wire ready to snap. I remember the moment when Lena's scream pierced the darkness, reverberating against the cold stone. She stood at the precipice, a figure draped in despair, her eyes wide and wild. They can't know. They can't know what I've done. Her voice cracked, raw with terror, a desperate plea that clawed at the walls and echoed through the hearts of those present. In her hands, she clutched a small, worn locket, a token of innocence, now a burden heavier than lead. Across the chamber, Thomas loomed, a shadow of a man who once knew laughter. Now his face bore the lines of regret etched deep, like cracks in a forgotten statue. "Lena, you have to let them weigh your soul," he murmured, each word a fragile thread pulled taut with anguish. "There's no escaping this. You can't hide. Not from the truth." I remember the way the air thickened around them, swirling with memories, flashes of laughter, stolen kisses under the light of a waning moon, the sweetness of life before the darkness seeped in. They had danced on the edge of love, but love had betrayed them, twisting into something grotesque, a monster lurking just outside the flickering light. Lena spun, the locket slipping from her fingers, a silver tear falling to the ground. "You don't understand." The panic clawed at her voice. "Every choice, every moment, it was all a lie. I can't let them see me like this. I'm not worthy." Her breath came in ragged gasps, and the shadows around her seemed to thicken, as if the very darkness were whispering secrets she couldn't bear to hear. The weight of her words hung there, heavy and suffocating, and I could feel the pulse of the chamber quicken, the torches flickering as if they too sensed the rising tide of fear. Thomas stepped forward, and the sound of his footsteps echoed, a heartbeat in the stillness. "But hiding only makes it worse, Lena. You need to face what you've done. You can embrace the truth or let it crush you." And there it was, the crux of their conflict. The struggle between light and darkness, truth and deception. The specter of judgment loomed closer, a silent witness poised to weigh every ounce of their souls. I could see it in their eyes, the collision of hope and despair, each moment stretching into infinity as time warped around them. I remember the taste of blood on my tongue, the metallic tang of fear. The air thick with memories, like a mist creeping through the cracks of their fragile hearts. It was a dance of shadows, a twisted ballet of guilt and redemption. Each breath they took was a step closer to the precipice. Suddenly, the chamber door creaked open, an ominous groan that echoed into the vast void. In walked the keeper, cloaked in robes as dark as the abyss. The weight of ages rested upon his shoulders, and the air shifted, charged with an otherworldly chill. He carried with him the essence of every soul he had ever judged, a whetting stone for the hearts of the lost. "Lena," he spoke, voice like gravel and smoke, a sound that wrapped around her like a shroud. "Your time has come. You stand before the scales of truth. What will you offer?" A pause, a heavy silence that screamed for confession. "What will you sacrifice to find reprieve?" Her trembling hands clutched the locket again. I didn't mean to hurt him. I thought I was helping. I thought," her voice faltered, but the truth surged like a tide, ready to wash over her. "I thought love would protect us." His gaze was unyielding, a force of nature, piercing through her defenses. "Love is not a shield, it is a mirror. What do you see within it?" Thomas stepped closer, a newfound strength in his voice, a lifeline cast into the storm. "Lena, you have to speak it. The truth is your only salvation." I remember the clenching of my heart, the weight of their pain. The chamber felt alive with anticipation, the shadows watching, waiting. Would she succumb to the darkness or transcend it? Lena's breath caught, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I see the fear. The lies I told myself. The pain I caused. I wanted to save him, but in trying to save him, I lost myself. I lost everything." The keeper nodded, as if her confession was a ripple in the still waters of eternity. "And what of the scales? What will it take to balance the weight of your soul?" The air crackled with her anguish, a tempest ready to explode. "I would give anything, my heart, my soul, my very essence. I would lay it all bare before you." The chamber trembled around them, the shadows swirling, as if the very fabric of reality reacted to her words. The keeper's expression remained inscrutable, but I could feel the tension shift, the atmosphere thickening with the weight of possibility. But Thomas's voice broke through the tightening grip of despair. "No, Lena. Don't give up your essence. You are worth more than your mistakes. You can rise from the ashes, you can be reborn." A moment stretched, a fragile thread of hope woven into the despair. Lena's eyes met his, and in that glance, an understanding passed between them, a flicker of recognition, a bond forged in the fires of their shared suffering. I remember the rush of emotions, a surge of adrenaline coursing through me, the anticipation crackling like lightning. The scales loomed ahead, an ancient, foreboding presence. Would love prevail? Could it save them both from the judgment looming ever closer? The keeper's voice sliced through the uncertainty. "The scales are fair, but they demand honesty. Your souls will be weighed, not just the deeds you've done, but the intentions behind them. Face the truth, and the weight may shift." And there it was, the heart of it all. The soul weighed not just by sin, but by the love that flickered despite the shadows. A truth that shimmered like a distant star in the vast darkness. In that moment, time stood still, the heartbeat of the universe echoing in the silence. The shadows leaned closer, hungry for the outcome. I could feel it, the breath of fate hanging in the air, awaiting the bridge between guilt and forgiveness. Lena took a step forward, trembling, but unyielding. She reached for the locket, poised to release her burdens, the weight of her pain tangible in the air. And as she opened it, the truth poured forth, an unveiling that would either shatter or mend their souls. I remember the moment the world tilted, when the shadows began to whisper, what would come next was inevitable, a whisper of fate that would lead to the next chapter in their haunting saga. The chamber was alive, the darkness swirling with possibility, as the scales trembled in the grip of their choices, the myth of judgment unfurling like a long-hidden secret eager to be told. The air crackled with a palpable tension, the kind that prickles at the back of your neck, sending shivers racing down your spine. Night had fallen like a shroud over the ancient city of Thebes, the stars flickering nervously above, their light battling against the encroaching darkness. Here, in this sacred space where the living and the dead whispered secrets to one another, shadows danced in the flicker of torchlight, revealing the silhouette of a figure, a towering, jackal-headed god. Anubis, the eternal guardian of the afterlife, stood sentinel, his presence both terrifying and strangely comforting. I was there, feeling the weight of despair pressing down on my chest like a leaden blanket. My heart raced, a wild drum echoing through the stark silence, a reminder of the life still coursing through my veins. But not for long. I had come to seek a reckoning, to understand the labyrinthine pathways of death and what lay beyond the shimmering veil.
"Why are you here?"
The voice was grave, resonant, it echoed off the stone walls like a death knell. It was not just Anubis speaking but the very essence of the afterlife, himself, thrusting the question into my soul. I gulped, fighting back the rising tide of fear. My brother, Khepri, had just been laid to rest, a husk of a boy swallowed by the unrelenting jaws of fate. His laughter haunted me still, a melody cut short, forever lingering in the shadows of my memory. Will he be judged? My voice trembled, each syllable a prayer and a scream. I had lived in the wake of loss, my heart a fragile glass, expecting too much yet shattering too easily. To stand before Anubis was to confront my own mortality, yet here I was, clutching foolishly to hope like a drowning sailor to a splintered piece of wood. Anubis regarded me, his golden eyes pools of ancient wisdom and sorrow. "The heart is weighed against the feather of Ma'at," he intoned, and in that moment, my thoughts spiraled. The weight of Khepri's heart rested heavily on my conscience, a burden I had carried long before his demise. I remembered him, wild-eyed and alive, how he would chase dreams through the dusty streets, weaving tales of gods and heroes with every step. But life was fleeting, a candle flickering against the storm, and I had stood by, powerless, as the winds blew him away. Is he worthy? I pressed, desperation clawing at my throat. Memories of Khepri's laughter, the way he used to clamber up the walls of our home to touch the sky, flooded my mind. It was a mixture of joy and anguish. How could I accept that this boy, my boy, might not find peace? The darkness taunted me, a siren's call to despair. Anubis stepped closer, shadows swirling around him like a cloak woven from the fabric of nightmares. "The heart reveals all," he whispered, a chilling promise. "But fear not, even in the darkest depths, there is light." His voice was as ancient as the stones beneath our feet, a resonance that vibrated in my bones, wrestling with my heartache. And then I saw it, the scale, that ominous balance of fate and judgment, where Khepri's heart would be weighed, and I felt the world tilt beneath me. Would it tip toward the feather, or would it plunge into the abyss? My stomach twisted painfully, despair clawing at my gut, an echo of every moment I had taken for granted. I remembered the games we played, the stories we shared under the starlit canopy. Each shared secret, laughter, and fight was a thread in the tapestry of our lives, a tapestry now fraying at the edges, threatening to unravel. "Anubis," I whispered, trembling. "What if he falters? What if he's found wanting?" The fear, raw and unrelenting, clawed at me, tearing at the fabric of my sanity. I felt the cold grip of inevitability tightening around my chest, a vice threatening to crush my very spirit. "Every life is a story, a collection of moments stitched together," Anubis replied, his voice a haunting lullaby. "Even those shrouded in shadows can find redemption." The words hung in the air, a spectre of hope, yet still, doubt lingered like a bitter taste on my tongue. In the distance, I could hear the mournful wails of family members mourning Khepri's departure, their grief a symphony of sorrow that echoed through the night. I could taste their anguish, a bitter draught that poisoned the very soul. I thought of my own tears, hot and desperate, spilling freely like rain on parched earth. But the night sky loomed above, indifferent and vast, and I could feel time slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. "Anubis," I begged, my voice shaking, a fragile thread of hope woven through despair. Show me the truth. What will he face?" Anubis regarded me, the weight of eternity etched on his face. "Truth is a double-edged sword," he said slowly, each word deliberate, for it cuts both ways. Fear not what lies ahead, for even in darkness, your love may light the way. Tension hung heavy between us, thick and suffocating. The shadows whispered my brother's name, a ghostly echo clinging to the stillness of the night. I felt my resolve wavering. Was love enough to pierce the veil? Was it a beacon, or merely a flicker snuffed out by the winds of fate? I watched Aeacus as he began to fade, his form dissolving into the shadows, each jagged edge blurring into the night. Remember, he murmured, his voice now a ghostly echo. In the heart's reckoning, love is the strongest scale. And then he was gone, leaving me alone beneath the sprawling cosmos, a tapestry of stars watching silently, as if holding its breath for the truth that lay ahead. And so, my heart thumped in my chest like a war drum, each beat a reminder that nothing was over yet. I could feel the weight of judgment creeping closer, closer, pulling me into the whirlpool of uncertainty. The whispers of lost souls filled my ears, their tales of woe mingling with mine, binding us in the haunting refrain of shared grief. I could see Kepri's face, so alive, so full of mischief, and yet, I was trapped in the liminal space between despair and hope, suspended in a moment that felt both endless and fleeting. The silence lingered like a thick fog, heavy and suffocating, as I stood on the precipice of fate, caught between the world of the living and the promise of what lay beyond. I was not just a spectator, my spirit was intricately woven into this narrative of loss and longing, a testament to the ties that bind us to those we cherish. I took a deep breath, my lungs filled with the chill of night and the weight of the unknown. Aeacus had left me with a truth that pierced my heart, a glimmer of hope in a world shrouded in shadows. And as I stood there, the weight of my brother's heart pressing against mine, I knew that the story had only just begun. The shadows were thick as oil, clinging to the walls of the underworld like desperate whispers. I stood at the edge of a chasm, my breath shallow and panicked, the air saturated with a chill that gnawed at my bones. I could hear the echoes of lost souls wailing, their cries curling through the darkness like smoke. It felt almost familiar, like the memory of a nightmare you can't quite shake off. I remember the colors of their despair, muted and bleak, grays and blacks that swallowed the light whole. Hades was near, a tempest in his brooding presence, and I was his unwilling witness. In that moment, I was not a mere observer, I was his pawn, ensnared by the gravity of his realm, the underworld, where time twisted and languished in eternal twilight. The ground trembled beneath my feet, was it fear or merely the echo of his reign? His domain thrummed with tension, each heartbeat of the earth resonating with the heavy weight of unburied secrets. I remember standing there, paralyzed, as shadows shifted and danced, teasing the edges of my sanity. Hades himself emerged from the darkness, his form majestic yet terrifying, a king draped in despair. His eyes held the abyss, unfathomable and deep, like black holes that swallowed light and hope. "You've come to me, then," he said, his voice a sonorous echo that reverberated through my very soul. I wanted to flee, to tear myself from the grip of his gaze, but my feet were rooted in place, as if the ground had claimed me as one of its own. But I was not alone in this chilling tableau. There was Persephone, a flame against the cold, torn between the world of the living and the shadows that claimed her heart. She stood by Hades' side, beautiful yet haunted, her presence a paradox, radiance entwined with melancholy. I could see the old world glimmering in her eyes, a memory of sunlight, laughter, and love, battling against the chains of her dark reality. "Please," she whispered, each word a fragile thread, "don't let him take you." Her plea carved through the air, an arrow aimed at the heart of despair. This was not merely about Hades and his domain, it was a struggle of souls caught in a web of the past. I could feel the tension in the air, thick enough to choke on, a tangible force invoking both fear and empathy. I remembered the stories of those who had come before, heroes and mortals alike, drawn into the underworld by one misstep or another. I had laughed at their folly, the absurdity of their fate, but here I was, standing on the precipice, enveloped by the shadows I had once mocked. Around me, the landscape shifted, a macabre garden of twisted trees and ghostly flowers, petals like skeletal fingers reaching out for warmth that would never come. I could hear them murmuring, the lost souls who wandered in eternal night, their stories etched into the very fabric of Hades' domain. "Help us," they sighed, their voices a cacophony of forgotten dreams. The air hung heavy with their regrets, each echo a reminder of what it meant to be alive, to breathe, to choose, only to find oneself adrift in darkness. I looked back at Hades, whose expression was one of both sorrow and supremacy. He was a ruler burdened by the weight of his throne, imprisoned by the very shadows that defined him. I saw a flicker of longing in his eyes, a desperate hope for something beyond the endless cycle of death and decay. He was not just the lord of the underworld, he was a flawed god, a creature bound by the rules of fate, forever yearning for a connection he could never truly claim. "Why do you linger?" he asked, his voice smooth but laced with the sharpness of a dagger. "You wish to escape, yet you stand among the dead." The intensity of his gaze pierced through me, unearthing fears and desires I had buried deep within my heart. I remembered the fragility of life above, how laughter could dissolve into tears, how love could warp into loss. The weight of his words pressed down upon me, and I felt a flicker of madness creeping in, a siren's call to embrace the darkness. Persephone reached out, her hand trembling, the warmth of life contrasting sharply with the chill of the underworld. "You must choose," she urged, her voice both a plea and a warning. "To linger here is to become one of them, to be lost in the shadows." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a reflection of the struggle we all faced, the choice between light and darkness, hope and despair. And then I saw it, a glimmer in the abyss, a flickering light just beyond the reach of despair. It was the promise of love, of memories that could break through the chains binding us to our own shadows. I remembered the taste of laughter, the sweetness of connection, and the warmth of a hand clasped tightly in mine. In that moment, I understood that Hades was not just a tyrant, he was a mirror reflecting our deepest fears, our darkest desires. I was caught in a maelstrom of emotion, fear and longing swirling like a storm. I wanted to scream, to cry out against the inevitability of death, against the darkness that threatened to consume us all. Each second felt like an eternity, a warped clock ticking slowly in a world where time had no meaning. I could feel the weight of history pressing against my chest, the echoes of lives lost and forgotten, whispering their tales in the silence. The ground trembled again, and I felt the urgency rising like a tide, a force that demanded movement, a choice. Hades' gaze held mine, a cosmic pull that both terrified and exhilarated me. "You are more than a visitor," he said, his voice laced with gravity. "You are a part of this. You must face what lies within." With every breath, I felt the shadows closing in, the weight of countless souls pressing against my heart, urging me to confront my own demons. I remembered the laughter that had once filled my life, the moments that felt so achingly sweet. I could feel the warmth of Persephone's hand slipping from my grasp. The moment stretched, unraveling like a thread. The choice loomed, stay among the shadows, or reach for the light. In the silence, I heard them again, the souls, the echoes of life, filled with longing and regret. I was teetering on the brink, the abyss yawning wide beneath me. I could fall into the shadows, become one with the whispers, or strive for the light that beckoned from beyond. The heart raced, a rhythm of uncertainty pulsing through the dark. And as Hades watched, the ruler of the underworld, I felt the weight of my decision pressing down. The air was thick, electric, a storm waiting to break. I remembered the taste of freedom, the fire of hope, and the spark of life that refuses to be extinguished. The confrontation hung in the air, a moment forever suspended in time. There was no resolution, only the raw, unyielding pulse of existence, a loop of choices, emotions, and shadows that would forever intertwine. The air is thick, suffocating, almost electric with dread. I stand on the edge of oblivion, my heart racing like a trapped bird, fluttering against the cage of my ribs. Around me, shadows loom, whispering secrets that drain the warmth from my skin. I can hear the distant howl of despair, the wailing of souls lost to the unforgiving night. They say time does not exist here, but I feel each second stretch like a taut string about to snap, a taut string ready to break. Minos, the first judge, looms like a specter of authority. His eyes pierce through the darkness, filled with an ancient wisdom that grips like a vice. He raises his hand, a gavel made of fate and fear, and I can see every regret, every sin, every fleeting moment of joy that's bound to come crashing down. His voice cracks the silence like thunder. Guilty or innocent? Speak, he booms, and the words echo like a chant, reverberating off the walls of the afterlife. I quiver under the weight of his gaze. I remember, oh, how I remember. Memories flood back, sharp and unforgiving. The laughter of my son, bright as summer, now muffled beneath the heavy blanket of mortality. I can almost see his face, wide-eyed with wonder, and then it splinters into darkness. I should have been there, should have protected him. But where was I? Lost in my own greed, my own ambition, my own damnable pride. Guilty, I whisper, the word a death knell. The emptiness in my chest expands, swallowing me whole. Rhadamanthus, the second judge, stands with his arms crossed, his face a mask of stoic disappointment. He embodies justice, but not the kind that soothes the conscience. No, this is raw, unfiltered retribution. You condemn yourself, he intones, the weight of his judgment settling like lead in the pit of my stomach. But know this, every choice is a thread in the tapestry of your existence. What have you woven? I want to scream, to shout that I was trying to protect them, trying to provide a better life. I remember long nights spent searching for work, every rejection like a knife twisting in my gut. But was it worth it? I see the faces of those I left behind, and my heart fractures anew. The tapestry I've woven is a grotesque mural of regret, each thread blacker than the last. Aeacus, the final judge, stands apart, his presence cool and unyielding. He is the keeper of souls, the one who measures worth against the scales of eternity. I feel his scrutiny, as if my very essence is laid bare beneath his gaze. You seek redemption, yet you fear it, he whispers, and my body shudders as if he has plucked a string deep within me. Will you embrace the truth of your actions? I want to laugh at the absurdity of it all, the very notion of redemption feels like a cruel joke. What can I offer the cosmos in return for the life I squandered? I remember the times I chose ambition over affection, the meetings that replaced family dinners, the deals that forged my career but shattered my home. Could I undo the choices that brought me here? Tell me, what does guilt mean to you? Aeacus presses, and I can feel his words wrapping around my throat, squeezing until I struggle to breathe. The memories swirl, my son's laughter, my wife's tears, the empty chair at the dinner table. I remember the silence that filled the room after each loss, the way it echoed louder than any argument. Guilt is a bitter poison, I want to scream. It seeps into the soul, twisting love into self-loathing. It whispers in the dead of night, reminding me of every moment I could have chosen differently. I feel it gnawing at me, a malignant presence that will not release its grip. Your past does not define you, Minos interjects, his voice suddenly softer, almost tender. It is your choices now that will carve your path. But how can I choose when the weight of my decisions threatens to crush me? I clench my fists, nails digging into my palms, as the memories surge again. I see my son, the way he looked up at me with admiration, the way I let him down. I didn't want this. I sob, the words raw and jagged. I wanted to be better, to show him a world of possibilities. Rhadamanthus's expression shifts, almost imperceptibly. Regret is a powerful teacher, but only if you let it guide you. Guide me? I laugh bitterly, the sound sharp and hollow. What can guide me when every path I took led to ruin? Then, suddenly, there's a flicker of light, something deep within me igniting. I remember the moments of joy, fleeting as they were. The way my son's eyes sparkled when he learned to ride a bike, the warmth of my wife's embrace as she pulled me from my darkness. I remember the laughter, the love that was always there, buried beneath the rubble of my mistakes. Aeacus steps closer, his voice a whisper now. You have the power to change your fate, even here. Every heartbeat can resonate with a new truth. Are you willing to fight for it? I feel the weight of his words, a lifeline thrown into the abyss, and for the first time, I find myself reaching for something beyond the shadows. I'm not ready to succumb to despair. Not now, not ever. My son's laughter rings in my ears, a melody of hope that cuts through the darkness. With every breath, I can feel the courtroom shifting, the scales of judgment tilting. This moment is not merely an end, but a threshold. I'm terrified, but the fear is laced with something else, determination. I won't let my past define me. Tell me what I need to do, I plead, desperation seeping through the cracks of my resolve. I won't let it end this way. Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus exchange glances, a silent understanding passing between them. The air crackles with possibilities, and I can feel the tension, the tightening of fate, as if the universe itself is holding its breath. And in that charged silence, I know the battle has just begun. The clock ticked relentlessly, each beat echoing through the dimly lit room, a countdown to an inevitable reckoning. I could feel the cold sweat trickling down my spine as I stood there, the wretched truth swirling around me like a smog, thick and suffocating. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful wail that carried the whispers of the forgotten, those who had danced too close to Yama, the god of death. In the corner, Priya knelt, her fingers trembling as they traced the edges of an ancient ritual cloth. The scent of sandalwood mingled with the acrid odor of fear, each inhale a sharpened blade slicing deeper into our resolve. She looked up, her eyes a storm of desperation and defiance. "We have to do this," she murmured, the words barely a breath. But I knew, I could see it in the quiver of her lips, the way her breath hitched. She wasn't sure if she meant the ritual or life itself. I remember the first time I saw Yama, standing tall with his dark complexion and a gaze that could pierce the veil of existence. He was not merely cloaked in shadows, he was the shadows, a living embodiment of the abyss that awaited us all. I had laughed then, in the way the foolish laugh at nightmares. But that laughter had long faded, replaced by the deafening silence of fear and regret. Raj, my brother, was the embodiment of chaos in my life. He had always been the reckless one, the wild wind that tore through our family, leaving destruction in his wake. I could see him now, pacing like a caged animal, his hands clenched into fists of anxiety. "This isn't how it ends," he said, his voice a low growl, but beneath the bravado, I sensed the unraveling. "I won't let Yama take me." But Yama didn't need to take him. Raj's choices had woven a tapestry of karma thick enough to bind him to the very essence of death itself. I remember the night he had stolen from the temple, laughed in the face of the deity. I remembered the shadows that danced around him in the flickering lamplight, whispers of doom carried on the smoke. "Look at us," I said, my voice cracking like ice underfoot, "we're staring at our own graves." The words hung in the air, a palpable weight. Priya's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but I felt like a ghost haunting my own existence. The wind outside howled again, a banshee's wail, and I knew Yama was near. I felt it in my bones, the chill creeping into the marrow, the reminder that death wasn't a distant specter, it was here, breathing down our necks, waiting with bated breath for our choices to catch up with us. "You can't fight it," I could hear my mother's voice from years ago. It echoed in my mind, a haunting reminder of the choices I had failed to make. Karma is a seed, and what you sow, it grows. Raj had planted his long ago, and now it was time for the harvest. He stopped pacing, and our eyes locked. In that moment, all the years of sibling rivalry, of love and jealousy, crashed together like waves against jagged rocks. "I'm not ready," he said, and I could see the boy he used to be, the one who climbed trees with me and dared the darkness. "I didn't think I would end up here, with you or with him." Yama loomed large, a promise of judgment, but it was our choices that had carved the path beneath our feet. Each misstep, every stolen moment of life had penned our fate in a script we could no longer rewrite. I remembered the time I had held Raj back, urging him to think, to cease his wild abandon. But he had laughed, always with laughter, always throwing caution to the wind and dancing on the edge of oblivion. "Life is meant to be lived," he declared, but now, as he stood on the precipice of death, the words tasted bitter. Priya spoke again, her voice shattering the silence like glass. "If we don't appease him, he will take what is left." Her words were a dire warning, a haunting melody that drummed against the walls of my heart. The gods didn't care for our broken promises or our regrets, they only craved balance, and we were teetering on the edge. "Yama doesn't want to take you, Raj," I whispered, the truth heavy on my tongue. "He wants you to understand the weight of your actions. The karma you've built is a prison of your making." Raj looked at me, and for a heartbeat, I saw clarity. But it vanished as quickly as it arrived, swallowed by the darkness that had become his constant companion. "Then let him take me," he shouted, the raw desperation clawing at the edges of his sanity. "I'm not afraid of him." But in his eyes, I saw the shimmer of fear, the flicker of doubt. The truth lay in the shadows. We were all afraid of Yama, the ultimate judge, the harbinger of consequences. The wind howled again, and with it came the darkness, creeping, unabated. I felt the weight of our choices pressing down, 1,000 memories flooding back, our shared laughter, the warmth of family, the bond that had been both our greatest treasure and our heaviest burden. In that moment, I knew we stood at the edge of a chasm, teetering between light and darkness, the scales of karma tipped precariously. The silence thickened, and I could hear the heartbeats of the universe, a cosmic rhythm that thudded with the weight of our impending fate. But the realization clawed at me. Yama was not merely a god of death, he was the reckoning, the mirror reflecting our soul's deepest truths. The more we denied it, the louder he roared. And just as the air thickened with the scent of sandalwood, a dark figure appeared at the door, cloaked in shadows, a silhouette that promised both judgment and liberation. I felt Priya's hand tighten around mine, Raj's breath hitch as he braced for the confrontation. Outside, the wind ceased, a breath held in anticipation of what was to come. The stillness of the river hung like a thick fog, an unending grey that swallowed the horizon. Beneath the surface, darkness stirred, alive with the weight of souls drifting, suspended between worlds. I stood at the edge, breath caught in my throat, as the mournful sound of oars slicing through water echoed like a heartbeat in the silence. It was a sound both familiar and foreign, a whisper of inevitability. Karen's boat, hewn from the bones of ancient trees, pulled into view, a spectral silhouette against the gloom. I remember when I first saw him, Karen, the ferryman, his eyes two fathomless pits of sorrow and secrets, lined with the dust of centuries. He never spoke, his presence alone suffocated the air, thick with the weight of the departed. I was one of them, lost, lingering, desperate for an answer. My heart raced like a drum, pounding in a rhythm that felt all too alive, too wrong in this place of shadows. Beside me, Ilara shivered, her fingers twitching at her side. I remembered her laughter, bright and wild. The way she danced under the sun, her hair a whirlwind of gold. But here, she was a spectre, haunted by memories of a life stolen too soon. Her gaze darted to the water, then back to Karen, who stood motionless, his boat creaking under the weight of time. "We can't let him take us," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Not yet." But the river called to me, its promise of peace laced with the bitterness of regret. I had loved her fiercely, a fire in the night, but she had burned out too quickly. I thought of the last time I had held her, her eyes alight with mischief, her smile a beacon against the dark. "Stay with me," I had begged, but she was forever entwined with the ephemeral, and I was left grasping at shadows. "Karen," I called out, the name heavy on my tongue, a prayer and a curse wrapped into one. He turned his gaze to me, and the world fell silent. I felt the weight of my choices, my failures, all the moments I wished I could reclaim.
What if I don't want to cross? What if I want to go back?
His lips remained sealed, but the glimmer of understanding in his eyes cut through me like a blade. He didn't need to speak, his presence carried the truth of futility. The river surged around us, pulling at our ankles, as if it longed to claim us. I could feel Ilara's fear radiating beside me, a palpable force that threatened to drown us both. "I remember," she whispered, her voice quivering like a thread about to snap. "The way you held me in the rain, the smell of earth after a storm," her words drifted like leaves on the water, fragile and beautiful. Each memory seemed to shimmer with the light of 1,000 stars, flickering in the oppressive darkness. I want to remember. I want to live. And yet, the river sang its persistent lullaby, each ripple a reminder that time was slipping away. "We were foolish," I murmured, glancing back at her, desperation clawing at my throat. "We thought love could conquer all." Karen shifted, the oars creaking against the boat, pulling us closer to the edge of forever. His presence was a chasm, deep and unyielding, and I felt the gravity of his unspoken words. "We can't," Ilara said, stepping back, her face pale against the night. "We can't." The shadows twisted around us, whispering secrets of the dead. I could see them now, flickering figures drifting beneath the water, eyes wide with fear and longing, reaching out for what they had lost. Each face was a reminder of choices made and chances squandered, a mirror reflecting our own fears. They had once loved, once lived, like us, and now they were trapped, caught in the endless pull of Charon's river. I stepped forward, drawn to the edge, the chill of the water licking my feet. "What if we could choose?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, lost to the night. "What if we fought back?" Ilara's eyes widened, a spark of defiance igniting in her chest. "But how? We're just lost." Her words trembled, yet there was something fierce in her tone, a glimmer of hope struggling against the darkness. "Maybe we're more than lost," I replied, heart racing. "Maybe we're still alive. Maybe we can fight for each other." I took another step, the water rising, cold and biting, dragging at my resolve. "We can refuse him. We can." Charon's presence loomed larger now, his silence a storm brewing within the stillness. I could feel the tension crackle between us, an electric charge that threatened to shatter the fragile moment. The air grew thick, heavy with anticipation, as if the world around us held its breath. Ilara moved closer, her warmth a tether in this abyss. "What if we're not meant to go back?" she said, her voice steadying. "What if we're meant to go through?" The river roared in response, a sudden surge of water that threatened to pull us under. I grasped her hand, desperate to hold on, the fear of losing her tightening around my heart. But there was something else beneath that fear, a flicker of hope, a spark of rebellion. "Together," I said, squeezing her fingers tight. "No matter what lies ahead, we face it together." The shadows danced dangerously close, taunting us, and I could feel Charon's eyes boring into my soul, waiting for the moment to claim his prize. But we had found each other in the dark, and that flicker of warmth felt like a torch against the night. As the river surged, I tightened my grip, ready to face whatever fate awaited us. I felt Ilara's breath hitch, the tremor of her heartbeat matching mine, and we stood there, poised on the brink of the unknown, two souls entwined in defiance against the darkness. And in that terrifying, exhilarating moment, I realized that love, in all its flawed beauty, was a force greater than fear. With every heartbeat, we shouted into the abyss, "We refuse!" And Charon listened, the river roaring around us, as we prepared to leap into the infinite unknown, hand in hand, souls ignited against the dark. The air is thick, an oppressive blanket of silence that holds its breath, waiting. Shadows flicker like restless spirits against the jagged stone walls, their whispers echoing the remnants of lives long extinguished. A chill sweeps through the cavern, prickling the skin, and I shiver, not from the cold, but from the weight of the unseen, a pressure that grips my heart like a vice. I can hear them. The echoes of the lost. The wails of the forgotten. It's a chilling symphony, an eerie lullaby coaxing me deeper into the darkness where hell reigns. I remember when I first glimpsed the edge of her domain, a yawning abyss that promised solace but delivered dread. My heart raced like a caged bird, desperate for flight, yet rooted in a morbid fascination. She stands there, half covered in shadows, a vision of both beauty and horror. Hel, the goddess of the underworld, her presence a dichotomy of life and death. One side of her face is radiant, the other a rotting visage that sparks fear. It's a reminder, the inevitability of decay, the precarious balance of existence. I am drawn to her, yet repulsed, as if fate itself is pulling me into her grasp. "Why do you linger?" Her voice, a haunting melody, cuts through the silence. It's soft, like the rustle of dry leaves, yet sharp, like a blade on exposed skin. "Do you fear death, or do you crave it?" I turn, heart pounding, and see him. It's Balder, the god of light, his eyes filled with an unearthly sorrow. He's a sun trapped in a storm, cast into the shadows by a world that could not bear his brightness. I see the anguish etched on his face, a tragic beauty that aches within me. He was slain, and now, here he is, wandering endlessly through the twilight of existence, caught between realms, yearning for a release that may never come. "Balder," I whisper, tasting the name like bittersweet wine. "You shouldn't be here." His presence is a haunting reminder of what was lost, a light extinguished far too soon. But he looks at me, and I see the desperation behind his eyes. Can you not feel it? The void? It pulls at me, drags me back, and yet... I cannot return. Once, he was a symbol of hope, now he is a ghost, a flickering flame in the depths of despair. The silence is suffocating, and I feel the weight of hell's gaze upon us, heavy and assessing. Love, loss, regret, she intones, as though she's tasting the words. They are the currency of my realm. Do you not recognize their value? Her laugh is like a shattering glass, beautiful yet terrifying. Every heartbeat echoes in the cavern. I can feel it in my bones, the rhythm of agony and yearning.
What do you want from us?
I ask, my voice trembling, a mere shadow of its intended strength. Your stories, she replies, weaving her fingers through the air like a spider spinning its web. They are what keeps the dead alive. Come, share your grief, and I will weave it into the fabric of my domain. Balder's expression darkens. You want our pain? You want to feed on it? His voice turns bitter, a storm brewing within. Pain is life, hell counters, unfazed. And life is what I seek. I can feel the tension rising, a palpable force pulling us closer to an unseen climax, the air crackling with unspoken truths. I glance back at Balder, whose light seems to dim in the presence of her darkness, and I wonder, how can such stark opposites exist within the same realm? Tell her, I urge, feeling a surge of courage. Tell her what it means to be lost. But Balder hesitates, fear and sadness etched upon his once illuminated face. I cannot, he whispers, the words breaking like glass in the silence. How can I explain a love that is forever out of reach? I know that pain. It gnaws at me, a relentless beast. I remember the tender moments, the laughter that echoed like music in the air, now replaced with the haunting absence of his light. You're not lost, Balder, I say, my voice trembling. You are a part of this world, even in death. You are still loved. Hel tilts her head, intrigued. Ah, love, the most potent of all emotions, yet the most dangerous. She steps closer, shadows dancing around her like ravenous beasts. But you, child, you know the truth. Love doesn't die, it festers and transforms. Suddenly, the shadows begin to writhe, swirling around us, whispering secrets of the past, memories of those who have departed. I feel their anguish, their longing, and I shudder.
What do you want us to do?
I ask, my voice barely a whisper, the weight of inevitability pressing down upon me. Embrace it, she commands, her eyes glimmering with a dark fire. Embrace the pain. Feed it. Let it consume you, and in that, you shall find your strength. Balder's voice falters, haunted. But I don't want to dwell in darkness. I want to remember the light. Ah, light and darkness, the eternal dance. Hel's smile is sharp, a knife hidden beneath silk. They are intertwined, you see. One cannot exist without the other. I feel the tension rising, the air thick with emotion, fear, longing, despair. We stand on the precipice of revelation, caught in a web spun from shadows and stars, and I know we cannot escape without confronting the truth. Balder, we have to face this, I urge, my heart racing. We have to tell her. The darkness looms, pulsating with anticipation, the shadows clawing at our souls. Tell me your truth, Hel commands, her voice a siren song that beckons us toward the abyss. Tell her, I whisper to Balder. Tell her you still love. But the words hang in the air, suspended like a breath held too long, a moment of silence before the storm. In that heartbeat, I realize, we are bound together, intertwined in this cosmic dance of light and dark, love and loss. The confrontation is imminent, the emotional climax is upon us. I can feel it, the electricity in the air, the pull of fate drawing us toward an uncertain end. And there we are, suspended in that moment, each heartbeat echoing through the stone corridors of Hel's domain, where the shadows whisper secrets of the past, and the future remains an open wound, waiting to bleed into the fabric of eternity. The air is thick with silence, an unsettling stillness that blankets the land like a funeral shroud. I stand at the edge of the chasm, the gaping maw of Mictlan, the Aztec underworld, where screams are swallowed, and shadows breed whispers. Below, the darkness swirls, an unseen current pulling at the fraying edges of my sanity. I can almost taste the bitterness of despair, a stale echo of lives lost, of souls wandering in eternal night. It's here that I remember. I remember the fierce glow of the sun at noon, how it painted the world in vibrant colors, a stark contrast to the encroaching gloom below. In that moment, the lively chaos of Tenochtitlan feels worlds away, the bustling markets and laughter echoing like distant stars. But now, the weight of death hangs in the air, a reminder of Mictlantecuhtli, the lord of the underworld, his skeletal fingers caressing the very fabric of existence. My heart pounds as I think of Xochitl, my sister, lost to the relentless grip of illness. She was once a vibrant spirit, her laughter a melody that chased the shadows away. But illness is a cruel thief, and now she is gone, her essence lingering like a fading memory. I had promised to find her, to guide her through this dark labyrinth. Yet, standing here, I am nothing but a trembling leaf caught in an unforgiving wind. I step closer, peering into the abyss. A flicker of movement catches my eye, a spectral figure, half-formed, drifting amidst the shadows. I recognize the shape, her outline flickers like a dying flame. Xochitl, I breathe, my voice cracking under the weight of longing. The shadow shifts, a swirl of despair and hope, it seems to beckon me. I can't let her slip away. Not again. But the path to her is littered with the remnants of the dead, worn bones, remnants of lives once lived. I can almost hear their whispers, tales of sorrow and regret rising like steam above a pot. You do not belong here. Go back. The voices are insistent, rolling like thunder over my heart, warning me of the dangers that lie ahead. I feel fear clawing at my throat, but it's not fear for myself, it's fear for Xochitl. Then there's Itzcali, the warrior with a spirit as fierce as the jaguars. His soul is not lost to death but to guilt, heavy like a stone around his neck. I see him standing a few feet away, his expression a mask of anguish. He fought bravely, vanquished his enemies in battle, but when his blade met the throat of his brother, he had not realized the cost of his victory. I needed to protect my people, he had said, but the echoes of his brother's final breath haunt him in the silence. Do you seek redemption here? I whisper to him, my heart aching for both of us. It's a question that lingers in the air, thick with unspoken fears. He turns to me, eyes dark as the void beneath us. Even in death, I am chained. This place offers no solace. His voice trembles, a raw edge that cuts through the shadows like a knife through flesh. We stand together at the precipice of despair, two souls entwined in a web spun from loss and longing. The underworld calls to us, an alluring melody that thrums beneath our skin. I will find her, Itzcali. I will not let her wander forever, I say, my voice grounded in a desperate resolve. He nods, but I see the flicker of doubt in his gaze. Would my love be enough to pierce the veil of death? The darkness rides, and the air is punctuated by the unsettling sounds of the dead, their cries, their laughter, their regrets, a cacophony of what once was. We step forward, drawn into the shadows, where time has no meaning and the passage feels endless. I can hear my heart, each pulse a reminder of life as the chill of death brushes against my skin. We walk, the path twisting like the frayed threads of a forgotten tapestry, each step sinking deeper into the embrace of the underworld. The shadows coil around us, whispering secrets, taunting us with memories that sting like salt on an open wound. I remember her smile, the way the sun danced in her hair, the soft lilting of her laughter. Keep your eyes forward, Itzcali warns, his voice barely audible over the mounting cacophony. Do not look back. But how can I not? Every step feels like a betrayal, every heartbeat a reminder of what I've lost. My memories are a fragile thread, fraying at the edges as I cling to them, terrified of the darkness swallowing me whole. A flash of light pierces the gloom, illuminating the way ahead. I stagger toward it, driven by an impulse deeper than fear, deeper than the very essence of mortality. Xochitl. I call again, my voice rising in defiance against the despair that threatens to engulf us. I'm coming. In that moment, the air shifts. The weight of the world presses down, and the shadows writhe angrily, filling the air with an electric tension. I can feel Itzcali's hand on my shoulder, anchoring me to this moment, this pursuit. We cannot turn back, he whispers, even as the shadows close in, the chill of fear creeping beneath our skin like 1,000 biting insects. I forge ahead, drawn by the flickering light, the promise of reunion, the hope that refuses to die. Together, we are lost and yet found, bound by our heartaches, our guilt, our desperate desire to reclaim what has been taken. The path unravels beneath our feet, a dizzying spiral into the unknown, but I will not falter. I will not let the darkness claim me. I remember the stars above Tenochtitlan, how they shimmered like distant candles, a beacon of hope in the endless night. As we plunge deeper into the abyss, I cling to that memory, even as the shadows whisper of despair. The journey has only begun, the secrets of Mictlan waiting for us, lurking in the corners of our fears. And amidst the swirling darkness, the voice of Mictlantecuhtli resonates like a distant drum, calling us forth, promising that in the end, all paths converge. The night hung heavy with the scent of incense and fear, a shroud that silenced the vibrant pulse of the city. Shadows danced beneath flickering street lamps, stretching long like the fingers of a hand reaching for salvation. I stood on the edge of a crumbling alley, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird desperate for escape. Was it the weight of what I had done, or the whispers of what awaited me that made my skin crawl? There, in that dimly lit corner, I saw them, Yama's minions, cloaked in darkness, their presence more felt than seen. I remember the way my breath hitched as I caught sight of Rainier, her eyes wide and glassy, fear etched across her delicate features. She was not just another victim of circumstance, she was my sister, my heart, the echo of a childhood laughter that no longer rang in my ears. Rainier had always believed in the light, the possibility of goodness, while I danced dangerously close to the edge of shadows, flirting with sin and desperation. The chasm between us felt insurmountable now. "They're coming for us," she whispered, her voice trembling like the flicker of a dying flame. "We mustn't allow them to take us." "Who?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. The very mention of Yama, the Lord of Death, sent shivers down my spine. The one who weighed the souls of the deceased, who offered no mercy, only judgment. We were already marked, our fate sealed in the ink of our choices, and yet, here we stood, clinging to the hope that we could outrun the inevitable. I felt the gravity of my own decisions pulling me under, a black hole threatening to swallow me whole. Did Rainier still see the light in me? Yama and his forces, she continued, her voice rising with fervor, they come for those who have lost their way. We must confront them. We can't let them take us without a fight. The irony twisted in my gut, the very notion of fighting against the shadows that I had invited into my life. I wanted to scream that I was the shadow, a mere reflection of the chaos that brewed within. But the desperation in her eyes anchored me. I was her older brother, I was meant to protect her. And so I took her hand, feeling the warmth and fragility of her human spirit, and we stepped into the unknown. The streets morphed into a haunting labyrinth, twisting and turning, disorienting us further. Every alley whispered secrets, echoes of lost souls who had failed to evade the grasp of Yama. I could almost hear their cries, a cacophony of regret blending with the gentle rustle of the wind. The weight of their stories pressed down on us, heavy like the black clouds looming above. "Do you remember, Rainier?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "When we used to steal away at night, sneaking into the old temple and pretending we could speak to the spirits?" Her face softened, a fleeting moment of nostalgia breaking through the dread. "I remember," she replied, a smile catching at the corners of her mouth, despite the tears pooling in her eyes. "You said we could ask for anything. I wished for a garden full of flowers. Remember how we laughed at the idea?" But the laughter felt like a distant memory now, like a ghost haunting the edges of our reality. "I wished for our family to always be together," I confessed, my voice trembling. "But I didn't realize. I didn't cherish what we had. I took it for granted, Rainier. I was so lost in my choices." In that raw moment, as we stumbled through the shadows, I felt the weight of every misstep, every wrong turn I had taken. Each choice was a ghost of its own, a chain binding me to a past I couldn't escape. I could almost see Yama in the distance, his fiery gaze piercing through the gloom, waiting to collect on my debts. Suddenly, the air thickened, crackling with a tension that made the hairs on my neck stand up. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in midnight, eyes glinting like obsidian. Yama, the harbinger of fate, stood before us, an embodiment of every nightmare whispered in hushed tones. The space between us pulsed with anguish, and I could feel Rainier's grip tighten, a plea for strength, a cry for hope. "Your time has come," Yama intoned, his voice echoing like the tolling of a distant bell. "You stand at the crossroads of your existence, forever marked by the choices you've made." "No!" Rainier shouted, stepping forward, her voice fierce despite the trembling in her hands. "We're not ready. We can still fight. We can still change." But what could we change? The streets filled with the echoes of souls caught in their own battles, their cries mingling with our desperation. It was then I realized, Yama was not merely a figure of fear, he was a mirror reflecting the darkness within, a witness to the choices we had made. Each moment of hesitation, each wrong turn, had brought us here, to this very instant, where the weight of our souls lay bare. I turned to Rainier, her spirit shining against the backdrop of despair. "We must confront him together," I urged, my voice raw with emotion. "Together, we can face the truth." Yama's eyes burned with an ancient wisdom, and I felt the gravity of the moment pressing down on us. It was not just a confrontation, it was an invocation of our deepest fears, our hidden regrets, our unspoken truths. We were not alone in our suffering, we were part of a greater tapestry, woven together by the essence of life and death. And as I stood there, hand in hand with my sister, I felt the boundaries blurring between this life and the next. Each heartbeat echoed the remnants of our choices, while the shadows whispered tales of redemption. The night became alive with the intensity of our connection, a shimmering thread that bound us, illuminating the path forward. The silhouette surrounding us faded, and in that ephemeral moment, we understood, the afterlife was not merely an ending but a continuation, an invitation to rise from the ashes of our choices, to rewrite our destinies in the face of eternity. "Let's fight, Rainier," I breathed, the resolve hardening within me. "Let's face Yama and change our story." Together, we stepped into the darkened abyss, hearts ablaze, ready to confront the shadows and redefine what it meant to be free. The echoes of our past lingered like ghosts, but we were no longer afraid. The night held its breath, and I could feel it, the promise of the unknown, the haunting brilliance of life beyond life, waiting to unfold. The bell tolls. It cuts through the air like a knife, a sharp reminder that time is relentless, unforgiving. Midnight approaches, and with it, the weight of 1,000 sins echoes through the empty streets of a town steeped in shadows and secrets. I stand there, breath caught in my throat, staring at the silhouette of St. Michael's Cathedral, its spires clawing at the sky like desperate fingers grasping for salvation. The wind whispers tales of anguish, curling around me, as if the very air is haunted by the souls of the lost. I remember the first time I truly felt the pulse of hell beating beneath my skin. It was a cold autumn evening, and I was wrapped in my own tangled thoughts, wrestling with doubts and fears that clawed at my insides. I was a child of the church, molded by its teachings, yet the image of eternal damnation was a specter that danced just outside my comprehension. My mother's voice rang in my ears, a litany of warnings. "Beware the fires of hell," she cautioned, her eyes wide with fear. "Your soul is fragile, my child, and the devil is a clever deceiver." And then there was Samuel, my older brother, a man who wore his faith like armor but whose heart was a battleground. He believed in salvation, a force so strong it could shatter the chains of despair. I watched him stumble through the maze of scripture, wrestling with divine justice and mercy. The flames of doubt flickered in his eyes, and I could see the toll it took, a steadfast soldier, striving for victory against an unseen enemy, but the weight of his own darkness pulled him down. "What is hell?" he would whisper at night, voice trembling. "Is it a place? A state of mind? Or is it the echoes of our own regrets?" The shadows grew longer, and I could almost hear the crackling of flames, the vivid imagination of a child turned dark and twisted. Words of ancient text slithered through my thoughts, "Where their worm dieth not, and the fire is not quenched." I remember the first time I encountered those words, shivers dancing down my spine. What kind of monster could create such a fate for his creations? Horror mingled with fascination, the very essence of my faith torn between love and fear. The townsfolk spoke of hell in hushed tones, their faces pale. They lingered around flickering candles, their whispers weaving through the night like a ghostly thread. "It's a punishment," one said, voice trembling, "for those who stray." Another added, "It's not just fire, it's the absence of God." Each claim ignited my imagination further, painting this endless abyss in shades of torment. I could almost see it, an endless chasm, filled not only with flames but with the cries of the wretched, souls eternally lost. I saw Samuel standing at the town square, grappling with his own demons, a crusader against the tide of uncertainty. His eyes glinted with a desperation that made my heart ache. "I must save them," he muttered, pacing like a caged lion. "They don't understand. They must repent." I felt the heat of his passion, but it was laced with fear. What if he failed? What if he led them deeper into the darkness instead of saving them? I wanted to reach out, to tell him to stop the madness, to find peace in uncertainty, but words crumbled like ash on my lips. The night swallowed us, shadows shifting like living creatures, whispering secrets we could not grasp. I watched Samuel march into the heart of the town, preaching with fervor, every word a flame meant to ignite fear and awaken faith. Yet, I could see the cracks in his resolve. He questioned himself, his faith wavering under the weight of his mission. The townsfolk listened, eyes wide, hearts pounding, some trembling in fear, some nodding with fervent belief. But did they truly understand what was at stake? Or were they simply clinging to the fraying threads of hope? And then came the whispers of the past, tales of heretics and inquisitions, a dark history of pain. I remember the stories of those who had walked the earth only to find themselves condemned, burned at the stake, tortured for dissenting thoughts. I shuddered at the very thought, the spectre of history looming over us like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. We lived in a world where the line was thin between salvation and eternal suffering. In a moment of clarity, I confronted Samuel. What if hell isn't a place, but a feeling? I asked, my voice trembling. What if we create our own flames with our fears? What if the true torment is here, among us, in our hearts? His eyes narrowed, confusion flickered like a candle's flame, but then doubt darkened his gaze. But what of the scriptures? He pressed, the weight of tradition pressing down upon him. What of our duty to warn them? A deep silence enveloped us, heavy as a shroud. The air thickened with unspoken fears, and in that moment, I realized we were trapped, two souls wrestling with the weight of belief, each fighting against our own definitions of damnation. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the precipice of despair, to remind him that love could outweigh the fear of judgment, but the gulf between us widened, a chasm carved by indifference. As the night deepened, the tolling bell echoed once more, a haunting reminder that we were merely shadows in the grand design of the cosmos, our struggles insignificant against the vastness of eternity. I could feel the eyes of the past watching, waiting for us to make our choice. Hell loomed, an ever-present specter, taunting and alluring. And as I stood there, caught in the tension of our silent battle, I understood, we were not just fighting for our souls. We were fighting for the very essence of what it meant to be human, to feel, to love, and to fear the unbearable reality of our own existence. The weight of our choices hung heavy. In that moment, I felt a surge of defiance, a desperate yearning to break free from the chains of fear that bound us. I wanted to scream into the void, to remind the world that the story of hell was not just a tale of punishment, but a reflection of our deepest fears and desires. And as the bell tolled again, I knew we were just beginning to scratch the surface of something far more profound, a truth lurking in the depths of our hearts, waiting to be uncovered, waiting to ignite the flames of revelation. The air hung thick, an electric tension crackling like a thunderstorm just before it breaks. I lay on the cold, damp earth, my heart pounding in rhythm with the whispers of the shadows pressing in around me. The moon hung low, a sickle of silver, illuminating the jagged silhouettes of ancient trees that clawed at the night sky. I could hear them, voices rising from the depths, a chorus of longing and despair echoing from the underworld. It was a moment caught between breaths, where fear and curiosity entwined like lovers in a bitter dance. I remember my grandmother's voice, low and raspy, as she spun tales of the underworld. "It's not just a place, child," she'd say, eyes glinting with a knowledge far older than the stars. "It's a reflection of us, our grief, our anger, our love lost. the stories twisted through my mind now, fragments of her words lighting up in vivid flashes. I could almost see it, the dark expanse, the world beneath the earth, where spirits lingered, restless and yearning. Beside me, Tamsin trembled. I had never seen her so vulnerable, her fierce spirit dimmed by the weight of our ordeal. She had always been the fire, the one who charged into battles both physical and emotional, her laughter infectious like a spark igniting kindling. Yet here, she was raw, exposed. "It's too late for us, isn't it?" she whispered, the tremor of despair in her voice sending a shiver through my bones. I wanted to reassure her, to pull her back from the edge of hopelessness, but the truth loomed heavy in the air. I could feel it, the underworld's pull, a siren call that threatened to drown us both. I glanced at Marcus, his face shadowed by the dim light, eyes reflecting a storm of inner turmoil. He was a man haunted by his past, a tapestry of regrets woven tightly around his heart. I had watched him wrestle with his demons, the guilt of choices made and unmade carving lines into his brow. "We can't go back," he said, voice cracking like dry twigs underfoot. "There's no going back from this." His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white against the encroaching darkness, and I could see the fight within him, battling against the pull of despair. The silence between us was thick, suffocating. It pressed against my chest like an anvil, a reminder of the past we couldn't escape. The underworld was more than just the shadowy domain of the dead, it was the embodiment of our fears, our failures, and the echoes of those we had lost. I felt their presence like a chill on my neck, a reminder that even in the darkness, they were with us. I remembered the tales, the ones where the brave ventured into the depths, seeking to retrieve those taken too soon. In the stories, the underworld was a labyrinth, full of trials. But here, it felt like a maw, hungry and insatiable, ready to swallow us whole. "We have to face it," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper, yet heavy with the weight of resolve. "For ourselves, for them." Tamsin's eyes glistened, the fight sparking back to life. "Together then," she said, and for a heartbeat, I felt the warmth of hope flicker in the depths of despair. It was fleeting, but it was enough. Marcus nodded, his expression shifting from resignation to fierce determination. "Together," he echoed, the word a lifeline thrown into the abyss. With every step we took toward the darkness, the air grew colder, the world above slipping away until only the echo of our footsteps remained. The trees around us twisted, gnarled roots clawing at the ground like desperate hands, as if warning us to turn back. Yet we pressed on, drawn by an unseen force, hearts racing in unison. A flicker of light cut through the darkness, a promise that something awaited us, a gateway, a threshold. I felt the pulse of the underworld beneath my skin, a rhythm that resonated with my own heartbeat. We reached the clearing, and there it was, a swirling vortex, a maw of shadows and whispers, alive with the voices of the lost. They called to us, their songs of sorrow weaving a tapestry of heartbreak that tugged at my very soul. "Is this what it means to confront our past?" I murmured, the weight of the moment crashing over me like waves against jagged cliffs. Tamsin stepped forward, her spirit rekindled, drawing strength from the depths of her sorrow. "We can't let them pull us in," she said, her voice steady, not without understanding. Marcus took a deep breath, a tremor of fear and resolve coursing through him. "We owe it to them," he said, stepping into the light of the swirling shadows, to hear their stories, to carry them with us. And with that, he plunged into the vortex, disappearing into the depths of the underworld. The air thickened, panic clawing at my throat. "Wait!" I called, but Tamsin gripped my arm, her eyes fierce. "We follow. We don't leave him." I nodded, a deep breath filling my lungs, the fear of losing one another greater than the fear of what lay ahead. Together, we stepped into the shadows, the swirling darkness swallowing us whole. Time warped around us, the familiar world fading as we descended into the unknown. Fragments of memories flared, flickering like dying embers. I felt the sting of my grandmother's absence, the warmth of her embrace lost to the winds of time. Every heartbeat echoed with the pain of loss, the weight of unspoken words pressing heavily on my chest. The underworld was a reflection of our souls, a mirror held up to the very essence of who we were. It was a landscape of shattered dreams and unfulfilled promises, a place where time twisted and turned like a river flowing backward. And in the distance, I could hear the cries, the longing, the sorrow of those who had come before us, caught in an eternal dance of grief and remembrance. As we ventured deeper into the abyss, I feared what we would find, what truths awaited us within the darkness. But I felt a flicker of hope, too, a glimmer of light that beckoned us onward. In that moment, I realized the underworld was not just a place of despair, it was a testament to love and loss, a reminder that even in darkness, we could find a way to rise, to remember, to heal. And so we continued, hearts entwined with the shadows, drawn deeper into the mystery of the underworld, where echoes of the past intertwined with the threads of our souls, binding us together in a dance of fate and time. I remember the flicker of the damned, their pallid faces illuminated by the flames of despair, caught in a dance as old as time itself, longing and languishing in the depths of the inferno. Each wail was a symphony of sorrow, seeping into the very fabric of the air, heavy and thick as the smoke curling around the jagged rocks of a forgotten hell. The stench was a visceral reminder, a memento mori that clawed at the edges of my sanity.
Did I dare breathe it in? Did I dare become one of them?
Beside me stood Claudia, her eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears, a mirror to the torment swirling around us. She was lost, her heart a battlefield of regret and longing. I could see the echoes of her past, fragments of laughter intertwined with the haunting specters of betrayal. "What have we done?" she whispered, the words barely breaking through the cacophony of the damned. Her voice trembled, a thin thread woven into the tapestry of our fate. And there was Marcus, his face ashen, features chiseled by shadows that clawed at his soul. The man who had once danced with dreams now stood alongside us, haunted by the choices that had led him to this crumbling precipice. "We thought we were invincible," he spat, bitterness curling his lips. "But look at us, Claudia. We are nothing. Just shadows flickering in the abyss." His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white with the weight of the world he could not save. The ground beneath us trembled, a growl that echoed through the caverns of despair. I could feel it, a pulse, ancient, unyielding, calling us deeper. "Stay close," I murmured, though I could hardly hear my own voice over the cries of the lost souls. The air thickened with anticipation, a stifling silence that pressed against our chests as we stepped forward into the darkness. I remember the first soul we encountered, an old man with sunken cheeks, his eyes hollow like forgotten wells. "Do you see?" he rasped, voice like gravel. "This is the consequence of choices made in the light. The world above is a cruel joke, a masquerade of joy." Claudia flinched, the truth cutting through her like a blade. She had known joy once. She had tasted innocence, and now it lay shattered around her like glass. "Shut up!" Marcus yelled, rage boiling inside him. "You don't know us. We're not like you." But the man only smiled, a grin that stretched unnaturally across his face, revealing teeth that seemed to glisten in the darkness. "Oh, but you are. You are trapped in your own making, as are we all." I wanted to scream, to drown out the echoes of despair that reverberated within me, but the words caught in my throat, thick and choking. Instead, I grasped Claudia's hand, anchoring her to this moment. "We have to keep moving," I insisted, but the weight of my own uncertainty threatened to crush me. The inferno's grip was tightening, the walls closing in, whispering promises of eternal torment. "Remember the stories?" Claudia asked suddenly, her voice a tremulous candle flickering against the darkness. "Dante, the layers of hell, each one more terrifying than the last. It's not just a story. It's a warning." The shadows around us seemed to pulse, each heartbeat resonating with the truth she spoke. "Yes," I whispered, recalling the vivid imagery, the gluttons, the lustful, the proud, all imprisoned by their sins. I could feel their weight pressing down on us, heavy chains wrapped around our souls. "But we're not those people. We're different." I wanted to believe it, but the flickering flames around us filled my heart with dread. What if we weren't? What if our sins had already sealed our fates? Different. Marcus laughed, a sound tinged with desperation. "Claudia, you still dream of redemption. But look around you. This is where dreams go to die. His voice cracked, revealing the fragility of the bravado he clung to. I could see his eyes, wild and searching, as if looking for a way out that didn't exist. Their pain was my pain, a constellation of guilt and fear woven into the very essence of who we were. I looked beyond them, toward the undulating shadows that danced in the corners of my vision, whispering secrets I dared not comprehend. I felt panic rumbling in my chest, suffocating me. I remember, I tried, grasping for the fragments of hope, the wisps of light that seemed to elude us. I remember the stories where people find their way back. They claw their way out, sometimes through the fires, but they emerge. They live. But deep down, I felt the whisper of doubt. How could we emerge unscathed when we were so irrevocably stained?
I don't want to be here anymore,
Claudia cried, her voice breaking like glass. The flames flickered in rhythm with her despair, casting grotesque shadows that mirrored our fears.
I want to go back. I want to feel alive again.
Then fight! Marcus shouted, desperation twisting his features.
We can't give up.
Not here. But the words felt hollow, echoing against the walls of the inferno, swallowed by the darkness that surrounded us. The ground quaked again, a stark reminder of our own mortality. I could feel the familiar tug of the abyss, pulling at my very essence, threatening to engulf us. We have to face our demons, I urged, my heart racing, every beat a drum of urgency. We can't run from this. We have to confront whatever waits ahead. And so, we moved forward, shackled by our fears yet propelled by a flicker of defiance. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of the damned, the echoes of lost souls swirling around us, a tempest of human emotion. I could feel the specters clawing at us, their hands reaching, desperate to pull us down into eternal night. But we were alive. We were here, in this moment, fighting against the inevitability of despair. I refused to let the flames consume us. As I held Claudia's hand tighter, I took a breath, the acrid smoke filling my lungs, and stepped into the darkness, heart pounding, determined to confront whatever nightmarish visions lay ahead. In that instant, the shadows whispered louder, the fire crackled, and I felt time stretch and bend, revealing a pathway lined with regret, longing, and the glimmer of a distant memory. The air vibrated with a tension so thick it could be sliced, the kind of silence that anticipates screams. Shadows flickered against the stone walls of the underworld as if the very darkness itself was alive, writhing in discomfort. I remember the scent of damp earth mingling with the faint, sweet odor of decay, a perfume of despair that hung in the air, a reminder that death was only a heartbeat away. It was in this chilling moment that I caught a glimpse of her, Lilith, devourer of dreams, her hair a tempest of darkness, eyes like molten silver, shimmering with a feral hunger. We cannot keep doing this, I whispered, my voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. Lilith turned her gaze to me, her lips curling into a smirk that could have cracked the world in two. And yet, here we are, bound by the very chains we forged. Chains, yes. Not just of iron but of endless regret and desire, a tempestuous dance of power and submission. I, Persephone, caught between the living and the dead, a queen with roots that delved deep into the soil of both realms, felt the weight of their shared history pressing down like a funeral shroud. Do you feel that? I asked, my heart thrumming against my ribcage. The imbalance? The anger festering like a wound that refuses to heal. Lilith laughed, a sound more akin to shattering glass than joy. Anger is the lifeblood of the underworld. Embrace it, or it will consume you. But her laughter echoed hollow in my ears, a prelude to a confrontation I desperately wished to avoid. I could sense the abyss yawning behind her, a dark tide rushing to reclaim what it had lost, and it terrified me. The very essence of our conflict hung between us like a specter. Power was seductive, but it was also a poison, and we were both addicted. I remember when we were friends, I said, my voice a whisper, almost lost in the oppressive silence. We should have ruled together. Instead, we became enemies. Enemies. Lilith's tone dripped with disdain, yet I could see the flicker of something deeper, doubt, perhaps. Or was it regret? You speak of friendship as if it's a shield, but you know better. We are neither friends nor foes, we are forces of nature. Eat or be eaten. The irony of it all draped over me like a heavy cloak. Lilith, the primal force of chaos, and I, the bittersweet embodiment of spring and renewal, locked in a fierce struggle defined by our own flaws, their shackles binding us tighter with every heartbeat. I recalled the flowers I'd coaxed into bloom with the first breath of spring, their delicate petals thriving under my touch, and how I could never seem to cultivate a similar beauty between us. "Why must we be bound by blood?" I asked, the words escaping before I could rein them in. "Why can't we break this cycle?" I could see her breathing quicken, her anger flickering like the dying embers of a fire. "Because blood is the only truth that remains. You may thrive above, but here we are haunted by what we've lost. By what has been taken from us." It hit me like a cold gust of wind, her past, marred by betrayal and sorrow, a history wrapped in darkness that I had only skirted around. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the shadow that clung to her, a desperate plea that echoed in the void between us. "Let me help you." But the moment my hands touched her skin, it was as if I had reached into a void, met with an icy barrier that repelled me. "Help," she scoffed, her laughter ringing like the tolling of a death knell echoing through the stone corridors. "You think your light can pierce my darkness? You think you can save me?" I stepped back, heart pounding, the weight of my own insecurities flooding my senses. The truth was, she was right. My light was fragile, and I could feel it flickering, threatened by the sheer intensity of her shadow. I remembered the countless nights I had spent dreaming of being free, free from the chains of expectation, free from the weight of my own identity as the Queen of Spring. "I can't do this alone," I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper that seemed to dissolve in the thick air. "I don't want to fight you. I want to understand." And there it was, the softest crack in her armor, a glimmer of the woman I once knew, lost beneath layers of hurt and vengeance. "Understanding doesn't change destiny, Persephone," she murmured, the ghost of warmth flickering between us. "You are bound to live in the light while I am forever entangled in the shadows. Can we ever truly unite?" The question hung in the air like a cursed spell, one that echoed through the halls of hell and back, heavy with the weight of our intertwined fates. As I looked into the depths of her eyes, I saw the possibilities of our connection, the dance of light and dark, chaos and order, love and hate. But the tension was a taut string, ready to snap, and I could feel the impending clash of our worlds draw near. The darkness trembled, whispering secrets of betrayal as the ghosts of our past began to swirl around us, memories of laughter and pain tangled into a haunting symphony. I could see the specters of those we lost, trapped in the limbo of our choices, taunting us with their silent screams. And I knew, deep down, that this confrontation between us was inevitable. "Every moment counts," I said, feeling the urgency pulse through me as the air crackled with electricity. "We stand on the precipice of something greater, and I refuse to let it slip through our fingers." The walls trembled, and I could hear the distant echoes of souls, waiting, watching, hungry for resolution. In that moment, the fractured pieces of our bond began to weave together, a tapestry of unyielding emotion and desperate yearning. The battle was not just for power but for our very souls, and as I looked into Lilith's eyes, I saw the reflection of my own fears. We were two sides of the same coin, rulers of the underworld, destined to collide. And as the darkness thickened around us, I knew this was just the beginning, a beginning that would reverberate through time, a haunting melody that begged to be played out. I took a deep breath, the air heavy with the taste of ash and possibility. "Together," I whispered, and with that word, the world shifted, the stakes rising higher than either of us had imagined. The air crackled with an electric tension, thick and suffocating, as I stood in the shadowed alley, the brick walls oozing secrets of the night. Rain dripped from the eaves, a relentless metronome counting down every heartbeat, every gasp. Somewhere, a siren wailed, a cry of anguish that reverberated through the very marrow of my bones. I could feel it. The darkness was alive, breathing, whispering sins and promises alike. I shivered, not from the cold, but from an inkling of the unknown pressing against my mind, urging me to confront what lay just beyond the veil. Maya was there, her eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears, haunted by memories she couldn't shake. She stood rooted, a specter of her former self, caught between two worlds, the one she longed for and the abyss that threatened to swallow her whole. "I can't go back," she said, her voice trembling like a candle flickering in a tempest. The weight of her words hung in the air, heavy and metallic, as if each syllable carried the echo of 1,000 broken dreams. Then there was Eli, crouched beside her, fingers digging into the damp earth, as if grounding himself against the chaos swirling around them. His breath was ragged, laced with despair. He spoke in fragments, piecing together the remnants of his thoughts while shadows danced on the walls, taunting him. I remember the light," he whispered, his eyes flickering with a fire that seemed both alive and dangerously close to extinguishing. "But it's gone now, Maya. It's all gone." And in that moment, the darkness wrapped around them, a shroud of loss and regret that felt palpable. It whispered of afterlives, of promises made and broken. To Eli, light had once been a beacon, a guiding star in a cosmos that now felt indifferent to their suffering. To Maya, the absence of light was a cruel joke, a slap in the face of her yearning heart, an endless night where hope lay buried beneath cold, indifferent stones. I felt their anguish, a knife twisting deep inside my chest. The darkness pulsed, alive with the weight of their choices, their fears. It pressed down, a tangible force that threatened to crush them, yet somehow it also offered a strange comfort, a camaraderie rooted in shared despair. Because within the depths of that darkness, there was a flicker of something else, a memory, perhaps, of what light once meant to them. "Do you think," Maya's voice trembled, breaking the oppressive silence, "do you think we'll find it again?" Her question hung in the air like a ghost, echoing in the cavern of their shared memories. She looked at Eli as if he held the answer, the key to unlocking the door back to the light, to warmth, to life. But Eli merely shook his head, the shadows deepening in the hollows of his cheeks. "Maybe it's not about finding it," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper against the relentless patter of rain. "Maybe it's about understanding what it means to be lost." In that darkened alley, under the weight of their shared grief, I could almost see it, the light they once knew, flickering just out of reach, like a distant star in a pitch-black sky. A light that beckoned yet burned with the pain of longing. How cruel it was, the symbolism of darkness and light. It was a mirror reflecting their deepest fears, their most fervent hopes, and their endless struggle to reconcile both. The city loomed around them, a labyrinth of shadows stretching endlessly toward horizons that felt impossibly far away. Time slipped through their fingers like sand, each grain a memory of laughter and warmth, now replaced by the cold bite of reality. I could see it in their eyes, the ghosts of their past, haunting them with every fleeting moment. Maya stepped forward, her voice steadying, a spark igniting in her chest. "We have to try," she urged, determination swimming in her tear-filled eyes. "Even if it's just a chance. I can't live in this darkness anymore." She turned to Eli, her heart laid bare, vulnerability spilling forth like a flood. "Can you, Eli?" He looked up at her, the inner struggle etched across his face, the battle between despair and hope raging like a tempest within. "I don't know if I can," he confessed, his voice cracking like fragile glass. "But I remember. I remember the warmth of the sun on my face, the laughter of friends, the joy in small things. It's a light I can't let go of." The tension in the air shifted, thick with unspoken truths. The city outside continued its relentless heartbeat, the honk of a car horn, the distant murmur of voices, the pulse of life moving around them while they remained ensnared in their own darkness. I could feel it, their resolve tightening, binding them to a shared destiny, yet the uncertainty loomed like a storm cloud overhead. And then, as if summoned, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked and ethereal, faceless yet undeniably present. It hovered between them, a specter of lost dreams and unrealized potential. Time seemed to freeze as they stared into the abyss of its presence, a living representation of their fears. "Do you fear the darkness?" the figure asked, its voice echoing like a distant thunderclap. "Or do you long for the light? Can you bear to confront what lies within?" Maya gasped, clenching Eli's hand tightly as if to tether him to this moment, while the figure hovered, omniscient and terrifying, holding the weight of their souls in its grasp. It was a question that clawed at their hearts, a truth that demanded reckoning. "I don't fear the darkness," Eli replied, finding his voice amid the chaos. "I fear losing what light I have left." As those words hung in the air, they felt like a promise, a challenge. Because here, in this moment, they were confronted with the reality of their choices, their emotions swirling together like smoke. The darkness and the light, they were intertwined, inseparable, each feeding off the other, begging for acknowledgement. In that echoing silence, the alley transformed, a living tableau of their fears and hopes. It was no longer just a dark place, it was a crucible, a testing ground where shadows and light danced in an eternal waltz, where they could either succumb to despair or ignite the flame of renewal. As the figure faded back into the darkness, a flicker of light sparked in the depths of their despair. A flicker that whispered possibilities, that beckoned them toward a confrontation with their own truths. The journey had just begun, the threads of their lives weaving tighter together, shaping a narrative that neither could predict. And so they stood, the darkness swirling around them, the light flickering just beyond reach, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. Each heartbeat pulsed with potential, threading the needle of fate, as they prepared to face the unknown, together. In that haunting silence, beneath the watchful gaze of the city, they understood, darkness and light were not opposing forces, but rather two sides of the same coin, each illuminating the other in a cosmic dance that would echo through eternity. A soft, chilling breeze swept through the ancient cemetery, rustling the brittle leaves that clung to their branches like memories stubbornly refusing to fade. The moon hung low, a spectral orb casting shadows that danced alongside the gravestones, twisting faces of carved angels and weathered epitaphs into grotesque shapes. Laura stood frozen, her heart pounding against her ribcage, each beat a reminder that the last whispers of her grandmother lingered in the air like the scent of damp earth. She could feel the weight of her presence, an ethereal hand pressing down on her shoulder, urging her to remember, to honor, to mourn. Today is the day, she whispered to herself, voice barely breaking the silence, trembling with uncertainty. She glanced at Ethan, her younger brother, whose wide eyes reflected the moonlight, a mirror of confusion and vulnerability. He clutched a frayed photograph of their grandmother, a relic of happier times, each crinkle in the paper telling stories of laughter, warmth, and the aroma of freshly baked bread that once filled their home. "Do we really have to do this?" he murmured, voice shaking, as if fear were a living thing, clawing at his throat. Laura turned to him, and in that moment, she saw the boy he once was, the one who chased fireflies in the backyard, the one who would share secrets that only the walls of their home could hold. But now, grief had aged him, made him wary of shadows, of the unknown. "I remember," she began, the words tumbling from her lips like fragile petals in the wind, "the stories she told us about the Day of the Dead, the vibrant marigolds, the sugar skulls, how she'd light candles and whisper prayers to guide the spirits home." Ethan shivered, his eyes darting to the crooked trees that loomed like specters. "But she's gone, Laura. What if they don't want to come back?" The thought clutched at her heart. What if the shadows were too full of sorrow to return? What if the silence held them captive? The air thickened with tension, an electric charge pulsing through the ground, a reminder that the departed lingered just out of reach, waiting to be honored, waiting to be called home. "I remember," she pressed on, the chill in the air enveloping her like a shroud, "the way she made us promise to never forget her, to always keep her spirit alive." A deep breath filled her lungs, suffocating yet oddly liberating. "We owe her this, Ethan. We have to summon her spirit, to let her know we love her still." As they stepped further into the cemetery, the world around them seemed to fade. The cries of distant city life dulled, muffled by the weight of history and memory. Each step echoed like a heartbeat, pulling them deeper into the realm of the forgotten. Engulfed in shadow, they reached their grandmother's grave, an unassuming stone ensconced in wildflowers that clawed at the earth like hands reaching up for solace. An eerie silence fell, punctuated only by the rustle of leaves and their own tremoring breaths. Laura knelt, fingers brushing against the cold stone, tracing letters etched so lovingly years ago. "I wish you were here," she said, her voice cracking like breaking glass, a fragile offering to the night. "We miss you, we need you." Ethan knelt beside her, the photograph shaking in his grip. "Why did you leave us?" His question hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting the living to the dead, a pulse of desperation. In that moment, the cemetery felt alive, shadows creeping closer, thickening, wrapping around them like the embrace of a long-lost friend. A stir in the air, and Laura's breath caught. Was it a whisper? The rustling leaves seemed to swirl into the semblance of a voice, soft yet profound, a melody of memories dancing just beyond the veil. "Remember me," it seemed to say. "Remember us." They closed their eyes, drowning in the weight of the moment, the past crashing over them like an ocean wave, pulling them under. Each heartbeat echoed with remembrance, stories of love, laughter, pain, and loss. Suddenly, a flicker of light, a candle ignited, casting long, wavering shadows that reached toward the heavens. Laura gasped, the flame a beacon, illuminating the darkness. "It's time," she breathed, as she placed the candle down, a guiding light for the spirits who wandered between worlds. Ethan joined her, placing the photograph beside the flickering flame. "For you, Grandma," he whispered, tears spilling over like raindrops on parched earth. The wind picked up, swirling around them, carrying with it the scent of marigolds, sweet yet haunting. For a brief moment, they could almost see her, a silhouette, draped in soft light, a smile that transcended time itself. A feeling washed over them, a warmth that enveloped their hearts and whispered that she was there, just beyond the shadows, watching, waiting. "Do you feel that?" Laura gasped, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and joy. "She's here!" But the shadows shifted, dark tendrils stretching out, wrapping around their hearts. The cemetery felt both sacred and sinister, a battleground of emotions as voices from the past began to rise, echoing through time. The weight of the dead became palpable, an overwhelming cacophony of love and regret, laughter intertwined with sorrow. Ethan's grip tightened on Laura's arm, eyes wide with terror. "They're angry. They're restless." "No," Laura insisted, voice steady, heart pounding against her ribs like a war drum. "They are here to be remembered, to be honored. This is their night, Ethan. We can't turn away." As the candle flickered, the shadows danced, morphing into faces of loved ones long departed. Each visage bore stories etched in lines of sorrow and joy, tales of lives lived, dreams forsaken, and the relentless cycle of love that transcended the grave. Laura and Ethan stood together, a fragile unity against the spectral tide, hearts pounding in synchrony, each pulse a reminder that they were alive, and that the dead, who haunted their thoughts and dreams, had stories yet to tell. The air thrummed with potential, electric and alive, an invitation to confront the fears that bound them, to forge a connection with the echoes of the past. "I remember," Laura began again, anchoring herself amidst the chaos, the warmth of her voice, the strength of her love. "Let us honor her." And as they stood amidst the swirling shadows, a profound understanding settled upon them, a realization that life and death were but two sides of the same coin, spinning endlessly through time, leaving traces of love in their wake. A ritual for the dead, yes, but also a celebration of the living, a call to remember, always remember. Together, they faced the darkness, an unwavering light in a world filled with shadows, knowing that the journey of honoring the departed would never truly end, but would continue to echo through each heartbeat, each breath, each fragile moment of existence. The scent of burning sage enveloped me like a shroud, thick and suffocating. I stood in the dim light of the temple, the air heavy with whispers of forgotten prayers. A chill skittered down my spine, it felt as if the walls themselves were alive, breathing in the memories of those who had come before. I was alone, yet not alone, shadows danced around me, flickering like lost souls searching for solace. I remember the moment vividly, trembling hands clutching a worn photograph of my grandmother, her smile frozen in time, yet her spirit pulsed through the space. A flicker of doubt swept through me, was I honoring her or merely conjuring her ghost? The flicker of a candle's flame answered with a soft hiss, and I felt her presence tighten around me, as if the very air was woven with her essence. Across the room, Maya knelt at the altar, her long hair cascading like a waterfall of darkness. She was the embodiment of conflict, a bridge between love and obligation, tradition and rebellion. Her grandmother's spirit, much like mine, loomed large over her, a specter of expectations wrapped tightly around her heart. Maya's fingers traced the edges of an ancient talisman, a relic that whispered of ancestral wisdom, yet also of suffocating chains. She hesitated, breath catching in her throat, a fragile moment suspended in the space between duty and desire. "Why must we keep bowing to shadows?" she murmured, her voice barely above the rustle of the leaves outside, where the wind carried the weight of untold stories. The room seemed to shift, the shadows elongating, closing in as if eavesdropping on her sacred rebellion. I felt the weight of her words, the echoes of my own doubts bubbling to the surface. "Because they are the roots," I replied, my voice breaking the silence like glass shattering. "Without them, we are lost." My heart raced, the drum of my lineage pounding in my ears. I could almost hear my ancestors whispering, urging me to remember, to honor, to grip the threads that bound us across the chasms of time. But the tension was palpable, thick enough to cut with a knife. What does it mean to worship the dead, to seek guidance from those whose lives we cannot touch? The answer danced tauntingly out of reach, flitting like a moth drawn to the flame, a promise of warmth, yet laden with danger. Maya turned towards me, her eyes glinting like sharp shards of glass. "And what if their wisdom is flawed? What if they led us into darkness?" Her breath hitched, the courage it took to voice her fears sending a shockwave through me, igniting a spark of defiance in my own chest. I stepped closer, the flickering candles casting wavering shadows that merged and twisted, as if the very spirits were listening. "What if their darkness is ours to carry? What if we are the light they never found?" The words rushed out, raw and unfiltered, a plea to break free from the shackles of fear. "Then why do I feel so trapped?" Maya's voice trembled, a raw edge of vulnerability slicing through the thick air. I saw the shadows in her eyes flicker with doubt, and my own heart ache for her, for the weight of history that pressed down on her like an iron shroud. The clock on the wall ticked ominously, each second a haunting reminder of the past pressing forward. In that moment, I was struck by the realization that ancestor worship was not merely about reverence, it was a visceral act of survival. We clung to the memories of those who had forged paths through agony, whose lives were nurtured in the soil of sorrow, whose sacrifices whispered through our veins. "I remember," I whispered, the words spilling from my lips, tumbling through my heart like stones cascading down a river. "I remember my mother telling me stories of her grandmother, of how she fled war and famine, of how she buried her dreams deep in the earth to keep them safe. Those stories are not just tales, they are blueprints of endurance." Maya's gaze softened, her expression shifting like the tide. "But at what cost? Do we not lose ourselves in their narratives? Are we not allowed to carve our own paths?" I stepped back, the weight of her question swirling in the air like thick fog. The ancestors watched silently, their presence both a balm and a burden. I was suffocating in the truths we tangled in, the stitches of heritage woven tightly around our hearts. "I don't know," I finally admitted, the admission tasting bitter on my tongue. "But to forget is to sever the roots. And I cannot live in a world without them." My voice cracked, the raw emotion spilling forth like blood from a fresh wound. We stood in silence, the tension coiling around us, both of us grappling with the enormity of it all. The moment stretched like thin threads, taut with anticipation, as we faced the specters of our past. The candles flickered, shadows warping into grotesque forms, the air thickening with unsaid words and ungraspable truths. I felt it, a deep, spine-chilling realization threading through my consciousness. Ancestor worship was not about glorifying the past, it was about recognition and reclamation. It was about the quiet prayers of the heart, the raw and aching truth that resonated through generations. A distant clock chimed, and the sound reverberated through the hollow chambers of our souls. We were caught in the liminal space of grief and gratitude, our lives intertwined with those who came before. With trembling resolve, I grasped Maya's hand, the connection igniting a warmth that dispelled the chill. Together, we can honor them without losing ourselves. We can weave a new narrative, one that honors their sacrifices while giving voice to our own. As the shadows danced and whispered around us, I felt the weight of the past lift ever so slightly. In that moment, a flicker of hope ignited, an ember of possibility shimmering amid the darkness. And so we stood, on the precipice of reckoning, ready to confront the ghosts of our lineage, ready to embrace both the light and the shadows that intertwined our fates. The air was thick that night, a suffocating blanket of silence that pressed against my skin, every heartbeat echoing like a muffled drum in the vast, dark expanse around me. I stood at the edge of a shadowed alley, the world bathed in an eerie glow, the lamplight flickering like a dying star. It was a moment frozen, a breath held tight in the throat of the universe, where the living and the dead brushed against each other like moths drawn to a flame, their existence intertwined in a macabre dance. I remember the feel of the cobblestones beneath my feet, cold and unforgiving, the way they clung to the sweat of my palms, a pulse of anxiety thrumming through my veins. "Where are you?" It was a whisper, more of a prayer than a question, as the shadows began to twist around me, mocking my search. Emma had always been the light, her laughter breaking through the darkness like a lighthouse beam cutting the fog. But now, she was lost, somewhere between this world and the next, her vibrant spirit caught in the grip of the underworld. And there was Marcus, standing just behind me, his silhouette sharp against the night. His eyes were hollow, reflecting the weight of his own demons. He had always been the brave one, or so he thought, but fear clawed at him now, pulling him deeper into the abyss. "We can't stay here," he said, his voice trembling like the leaves rustling in the wind. "We have to find her." But the streets whispered back, a chorus of derision, tales of the damned and forgotten echoing through the air. Emma's laughter twisted into screams. Time felt meaningless as it ticked away. I remember watching the clock in the old church tower, its hands moving in a slow, deliberate dance, each tick a reminder of how fleeting life truly is. "What if she's gone?" I asked, the words slipping out before I could swallow them down. The fear was raw, clawing at my throat like 1,000 shards of glass. Marcus turned to me, his face a mask of determination and despair, the lines of grief etched deep. "She's not gone, not yet. We'll bring her back." And suddenly, the air shifted, a palpable change, like the moment before a storm breaks. The shadows deepened, shifting like living things, whispering secrets that only the dead could understand. I felt their cold breath on my neck, a reminder that they lingered just beyond the veil, waiting for the moment when the living faltered. I took a step back, my heart racing, the sweet ache of longing clawing at my chest. "Emma! Can you hear me?" I called into the void, my voice trembling with desperation, hoping against hope that the love binding us could transcend the barriers of life and death. I remember the first time I met her, the way she spun tales of adventure, her eyes alight with mischief. She had a way of making the mundane feel magical, turning our small town into a kingdom of possibility. Back then, life was simple, a canvas waiting for vibrant splashes of color. But that was before the darkness took root, before the whispers of the underworld seeped into our reality. "Do you believe in ghosts?" Marcus asked, breaking the spell of memory. I could feel the tension between us, thick as the fog that wrapped around the buildings. "They're just echoes," I replied, trying to sound certain, but my voice wavered. The truth clawed at my insides. How could I dismiss the very essence of Emma, a spirit that had touched our lives so deeply? I could feel her presence, a lingering warmth in the cold night, beckoning me to come closer, to cross the threshold. The shadows thickened, swirling in a grotesque ballet of despair. The alley whispered of lost souls, the cobblestones bore witness to countless tragedies. I could almost see them, figures lost to time, their eyes hollow, mouths agape in silent screams. I shivered, a primal fear settling in my bones. "What if we're too late?" I whispered, the reality clawing at me, an insidious thought latching onto my heart like a parasite. Marcus stepped forward, eyes blazing with a reckless intensity. "We won't be. We can't be." His defiance was a flicker of light in the darkness, but it was fragile, an ember in a storm. "We have to go deeper." He motioned towards the shadows, where reality bled into something else, something darker and more terrifying. I hesitated, a part of me screaming to retreat, to flee back into the safety of the mundane world, but another part, the one tethered to Emma, urged me forward into the unknown. In that moment, I remembered the stories, the ancient tales of the underworld where spirits wandered, searching for closure, for peace. The stories spoke of a river that divided the living from the dead, the crossing fraught with peril, with the weight of unresolved love binding the souls to their past. I could almost hear her voice now, a soft echo calling to me through the veil. "Please, don't leave me." As we moved deeper into the heart of darkness, I felt the temperature drop, an unsettling chill wrapping around my heart. The shadows pressed in, thick and pulsating, as if they were alive and breathing, every exhale a reminder of the weight of what lay ahead. "Emma!" I shouted, the word tearing from my lips like a wounded animal, desperation spilling into the air. And there she was, a flicker of light, a spark amidst the shadows. She was both here and not here, an ethereal being caught in a web of longing and memory. Her eyes met mine, a mirror of every unspoken word, every tear shed in her absence. "Help me," she whispered, the words a haunting melody that danced through my mind. But the shadows surged forward, tendrils reaching out, clawing at my resolve. I felt Marcus at my side, his presence a silent vow that we would not falter. Together, he murmured, and the promise hung in the air, heavy with the weight of our shared fear and hope. And then, the darkness roared, a cacophony of despair rising to swallow us whole. I felt the pull of the underworld, the seductive grasp of the unknown, and for a heartbeat, I feared I would be lost to it forever. The chill of the night wrapped around Myra like a shroud, a blanket woven from the whispers of the dead. The moon hung high, a ghostly eye watching as she stood on the edge of the cliff, heart thundering against her ribcage like a caged beast. The waves crashed below, their roar mingling with the echoes of her darkest fears. "Tonight," she murmured, "everything changes." Her brother, Aeacus, stood a few steps back, hands trembling as he clutched a dagger, their mother's dagger, forged from iron and soaked in the blood of thousands. It glimmered under the moonlight, a malevolent star promising salvation or doom. "We can't do this," he hissed, his voice a quaking leaf in a storm. "The rulers of the underworld. They thrive on sacrifice. They will take more than we can give." But Myra's eyes, fierce and wild, bore the weight of desperation. "He's taken everything from us, Aeacus. Our family, our home, our very hope. We have only one choice left. We must confront him." As she stepped closer to the edge, the wind howled, a voice from the abyss. The cliffs were a tomb, and she could almost feel the hands of the lost reaching up, beckoning her down. In her heart, she knew, sacrifice was the only language the underworld understood, the only plea that could bridge the chasm between the living and the dead. A memory clawed at her, a time before shadows darkened their lives, before the laughter of their youth was snuffed out like a candle's flicker. I remember the summer days, the way we played in the sun, the scent of wildflowers filling our lungs. But those days were drowned in a whirlpool of grief. Each loss was a stone, heavy and suffocating, pulling her deeper into the dark waters of despair. Aeacus shook his head, panic radiating from him like heat. "No, Myra. Sacrifice is a curse. It's a death sentence. The underworld feasts on our pain." But pain had become their existence, a relentless tide that washed over them day after day. Myra could feel the specters of the past closing in, the faces of those they had lost, screaming for justice. She wanted to scream back, to unleash the fury that had been building like a storm inside her. "If we don't fight, we lose everything." In that moment, the ground shuddered beneath her. An earthquake of despair that rattled the very foundations of her soul. Shadows danced at the periphery of her vision, swirling, taunting. They promised power if only she would yield. "Remember Marcus?" Myra whispered, her voice breaking, the name tasting of ash on her tongue. "He fell to the darkness, just like the rest of us. He would have given anything to save us." Aeacus flinched at the name. Marcus, their friend, their brother in arms, consumed by the shadows, his sacrifice nothing but a feast for the underworld's rulers. And for what? To become another ghost? Another offering? His voice cracked, betraying the tears he fought to hold back, rage and sorrow tangled in his chest. Myra stepped back, the weight of his words crushing her resolve. She could feel the pulse of the earth, a heartbeat echoing her own. Every sacrifice ebbs and flows, Aeacus. It's a cycle. We can either drown in their darkness or break it. But we cannot stand idle. The wind howled louder, drowning out their fears, urging them toward the precipice. The cliff seemed to beckon, a wild call to the edge of existence itself. Time twisted, a taut string on the brink of snapping. Every second felt like a lifetime, and the stars blinked ominously in the vast sky, reminding her of the hopes they had once dared to dream. The darkness was alive, breathing, shifting. The rulers of the underworld watched from their thrones, their eyes like smoldering coals, flickering with hunger. And suddenly, Myra felt it, a tremor in her chest, an echo of despair that resonated with the rulers' insatiable appetite for sacrifice. Myra, Aeacus's voice was a tremor, the fear palpable.
What if they demand more than we can bear? What if our offering isn't enough?
I remember, she began, choking on the memories. I remember the laughter, the warmth, the light, and how it all slipped away. We cannot let them take more. We have to fight. As she took a step closer, the abyss yawned beneath her, a void promising not just death, but a chance to reclaim what was lost. Her heart raced as she felt the weight of the dagger in her brother's hands, its coldness igniting an urge within her, a desire to plunge it into the heart of darkness, to reclaim the light they had sacrificed. But the darkness was intoxicating, a siren's call that promised power and freedom. You don't have to do this, Aeacus pleaded, the weight of their choices hanging heavily between them. No, she replied, her voice steady as steel. We've already lost so much. We must be willing to sacrifice for something greater. Our lives for a chance at redemption. For Marcus. A chilling silence enveloped them, the world spinning into focus. Myra's breath came shallow, her heart a frantic drum echoing in the stillness. She could feel the ghost of Marcus standing beside her, urging her on. The memory of his laughter wrapped around her like a cloak, comforting yet suffocating. Aeacus's grip tightened on the dagger, the glint of metal poised between hope and despair. Then let it be our choice, not theirs, he whispered, a thread of rebellion lighting a fire in his eyes. Together, they stood at the edge, hearts pounding, souls intertwined in a pact of sacrifice. The rulers of the underworld were waiting, shadows whispering promises of power and pain. The abyss loomed, an invitation to the unknown, a path tangled in memory and blood. In that moment, Myra and Aeacus faced the darkness, the weight of their decision heavy upon them, and the night echoed with the cries of the lost, reminding them that in every sacrifice lay the potential for resurrection. As the wind howled, they stepped forward, ready to confront the rulers who demanded their due, a confrontation that would reverberate through the ages, like the ticking of a clock counting down the seconds until their fates collided in a final, explosive crescendo. The air was thick, like the breath of the earth itself, stifling and oppressive. A crow cawed, a sound that shattered the silence, echoing through the graveyard as if calling out to the souls trapped beneath the crumbling stones. I stood frozen, heart pounding like a war drum, surrounded by shadows that danced and whispered secrets only they could understand. The weight of history hung heavy, a tapestry of forgotten lives and lost dreams entangled in the roots of ancient trees. There, amidst the tombs, two figures moved like specters through the fog. Kira, with her wild hair, a wreath of mourning and rebellion, her eyes blazing with an intensity that could light the darkest abyss. She was searching for something, someone, a lost brother whose name echoed against the walls of her heart, a name carved in the stone of memory, impossible to erase. I remember the last time I saw him, she murmured, her voice laced with a sorrow that felt like a chisel carving into her soul. He promised he'd return. And then there was Marcus, the reluctant scholar, a man who wore his intellect like armor but felt every bit as vulnerable as the paper he scribbled on. He was caught in a tempest of his own making, haunted by the texts he'd read. The myths of the underworld, Hades, Hel, Xibalba, each story a thread pulling him deeper into a web of despair, a spiral of unanswered questions. I remember reading about Orpheus, he whispered to himself, an incantation of hope. If only I could play a song that could bring someone back. The graveyard pulsed with energy, a heartbeat beneath the silence, and the shadows began to grow long and twisted. Kira turned to Marcus, desperation in her gaze. What if the stories are true, she demanded, her voice rising, raw and jagged. What if we can reach them? He shook his head, fear simmering just below the surface. The underworld isn't a place to be trifled with, he warned, the weight of ancient warnings pressing against his temples. It doesn't give back what it takes. But Kira's heart was a wild thing, unbroken by the chains of fear. I can't live like this, she cried, her voice ringing out like a bell tolling in the dark. I refuse to let him be forgotten. He deserves to be remembered. The ground quaked, the air crackling with unspoken tension. Shadows flickered, weaving between the stones, weaving tales of their own. I felt their stories whisper through me, each voice a ghost of the past. All around, the echoes of the underworld rose, an endless chorus of the lost, the forgotten, and the damned. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver against the velvet sky, illuminating Kira's face with an ethereal glow. She stepped forward, defiance embodied, every inch of her radiating a fierce hope that pierced through the darkness. "There has to be a way to reach him," she said, her determination igniting a fire inside Marcus. "Maybe we could," he hesitated, thoughts tangled in the implications of what such an attempt would mean. Yet, the idea took root, blooming in the fertile soil of desperation. "Maybe we could invoke the spirits. Channel the energy of the stories, the power of the underworld itself." Kira nodded, her eyes wide with belief, but those eyes were also clouded with doubt. "What if it goes wrong?" Her voice trembled. She was standing on the edge of a precipice, every fiber of her being poised to leap. "What if we end up lost in the darkness?" Yet the whisper of her brother's name was a siren song, pulling her closer to the abyss. "I remember the stories," she breathed. "I remember how they all end, with a sacrifice." As they prepared for the ritual, the atmosphere thickened, the air laden with the weight of unfulfilled promises. The shadows began to swirl, wrapping around them like a shroud, a tapestry of fear and longing entwined. The graveyard, once a place of rest, morphed into a stage where life and death danced in a macabre ballet, and the darkness seeped into their very bones. The ground trembled beneath them, a warning rumble that echoed through the silence. "We need to be careful," Marcus urged, his voice barely above a whisper, a plea to the universe that felt both futile and necessary. But Kira was already lost in her vision, the image of her brother's face illuminating her determination. "He deserves to be saved," she declared, voice steady, a pulsating beacon of hope against the encroaching shadows. With hands trembling, they began to draw symbols in the earth, sigils of ancient power that trembled with resonance, each stroke a prayer to the unseen forces that govern life and death. "Don't let go, Kira," Marcus said, his own heart a drumbeat of fear. "Whatever happens, we stick together." In that moment, they were not just two souls, but a bridge spanning the chasm between the living and the dead, a fragile thread woven with love, desperation, and an insatiable need to reclaim what had been lost. The night deepened, and as the final sigil was inscribed, a stillness enveloped them. A moment suspended in time, teetering on the brink of revelation, what lay beyond was a mystery steeped in shadows, a churning void that promised to either consume them whole or breathe life back into the lifeless. With a shared breath, they called into the depths, voices melding into a haunting melody that rose like mist, swirling around them in a ghostly embrace. I stood there, my heart caught in the swell of their longing, yet aware that this was only the beginning. The stories of the underworld had only just begun to unfurl, and as shadows stretched and whispered, I felt the pulse of history reverberate through my own veins. Time shifted, curling around itself, spiraling into the unknown. And so, they called out, daring the darkness, grappling with the weight of their own desires, while the echoes of the underworld answered back, a chilling promise that the journey was far from over. The veil between worlds trembled, and within that fragile space, a connection sparked, illuminating the darkness, beckoning like a candle in the night. The clock struck midnight, its echo resonating through the empty halls of the forgotten library. Shadows danced like ghosts, stretching across the floor, flickering in the dim light of a single flickering bulb. I could hear her breathing, shallow, rapid, behind the ancient oak bookshelves. Sarah, with her wild hair and piercing gaze, was crouched low, her fingers gripping a book so tightly the pages crumpled beneath her touch. "It's here," she whispered, the tremor in her voice betraying her bravado. The weight of dread hung heavy in the air, a palpable force that threatened to pull us both into a darkness deeper than any night. I remember the stories, tales of souls wandering lost, of rivers that flowed with tears, of gates guarded by monstrous figures. The underworld wasn't just a myth, it was a palpable reality in our lives, woven into the fabric of our fears and hopes. It was a place where the past lingered like a haunting melody, where every heartbeat echoed the loss of what once was. And in this moment, facing Sarah, I realized that I was no stranger to this abyss. "Do you think it's real?" she asked, her voice a mere whisper, barely breaking the silence that wrapped around us. I turned to her, caught off guard by the raw vulnerability in her eyes. There was chaos in her thoughts, a tempest that mirrored my own. "I don't know," I replied, my own fear rising like bile in my throat, "but I don't want to find out." But curiosity pushed us forward. We both knew we were drawn not just to the stories, but to the pain that lay beneath them. There was something raw, something intensely human about the underworld myths that had evolved through the ages, marrying the grotesque with the beautiful. In them, we found a reflection of our own struggles, our regrets, our moments spent lost in the dark. I remember the class discussions, the animated debates about the duality of life and death, light and shadow. It was always a dance, wasn't it? One step forward, two steps back. Every descent into darkness was met with the flicker of hope. But now, standing here, the only flicker was that bulb, sputtering as if it too was caught in this eternal struggle. I can't do this, I confessed, the weight of my own flaws surfacing. The guilt of my past decisions flooded me, choking my breath. I had left things unsaid, bridges burned, and the ghosts of my choices clawed at my soul. Sarah's eyes softened, as if she could sense the storm raging within me. We have to confront it. Whatever it is, we have to face it. The determination in her voice was a balm against my fears, urging me to silence the doubts that screamed in my mind. Our fingers brushed as we reached for the same book, a tattered tome wrapped in shadows. It whispered secrets of Hades, of Persephone trapped in the chilling embrace of the underworld. I felt the chill seeping through my skin, the icy fingers of despair wrapping around my heart. It's not just a story, I murmured. It's a warning. The sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the library, louder than our heartbeats. Panic surged through me, a visceral response that sent adrenaline rushing through my veins. Sarah's grip tightened on the book, and I could feel her pulse racing in time with mine. What if it's them? She breathed, eyes wide.
What if they've come for us?
I remember the legends whispered in the dark, those who sought to claim the souls who wandered too close to the edge of the abyss. A chill raced through me, and I could almost hear the wailing of lost spirits begging to be released. The air around us thickened, a miasma of fear and desperation. In that moment, I saw our lives laid bare, Sarah, with her fierce spirit, battling her own demons of anxiety and self-doubt, me, the perennial cynic, caught between the desire to escape my past and the unyielding chains that bound me to it. We were both caught in our personal underworlds, wrestling with the shadows that threatened to consume us. Together, I said, the word tumbling out like a lifeline. We can face whatever this is together. Her nod was hesitant but firm, and for the first time, I felt a flicker of hope, fragile but undeniable. We opened the book, and the air crackled with energy. Words leapt off the pages, swirling around us like phantoms. Visions of darkness and light intertwined, of sorrow and unexpected joy. I could see them, the shades of ancient heroes and forsaken souls, their stories wrapped in the fabric of our own struggles. Look, Sarah pointed, her voice trembling. Those stories, they're not just myths. They're lessons. And within those lessons, I grasped the essence of our shared humanity, the beautiful agony of existence. We are all wanderers in an underworld of our own making, battling the ghosts of our past while yearning for redemption. Each tale was a mirror, and as we read, I felt the weight of time pressing against our shoulders, the past and present colliding like thunder in the storm. The walls began to shift, and the shadows grew darker, swirling around us, threatening to swallow us whole. It was terrifying and exhilarating. In that moment, I understood, this was evolution, the metamorphosis of our fears into something more, a catharsis that could only be achieved through facing the darkness that lurked within. Do you feel it? I asked, barely audible above the pounding of my heart. The weight of it all. Sarah nodded, her eyes shining like stars caught in a tempest. We're alive, she whispered, a smile breaking through the fear. And we're not alone. As I stared into her eyes, I could see the flicker of hope igniting. The myths of the underworld had transformed into our own narrative, stitching our souls together with threads of resilience, reminding us that even in the darkest depths, light could seep through the cracks. And just like that, we stood on the precipice. The confrontation loomed ahead, the shadows swirling like a storm at sea, but for the first time, I felt ready. The path was still shrouded in mystery, but together we would carve our way through the darkness, rewriting the stories that had once held us captive. With every heartbeat, we would keep writing, weaving our own tales of survival, loss, and undeniable strength. We were about to step into the abyss, not as victims, but as warriors, ready to embrace the evolution of our own underworld myths. The clock strikes midnight, and shadows stretch and twist as if alive, curling around the edges of the old alley where the air feels thick and heavy with secrets. I stand in the darkness, heart racing, skin prickling. My breath shudders out, a ghostly wisp of warmth swallowed by the cold. In the stillness, I hear the distant echo of laughter, wild and manic, reverberating from the depths of the underworld like a funeral dirge dancing with a carnival. Mara, a woman caught in the crosshairs of her own haunting memories, stands beside me. Gritty determination etches her face, but beneath it lies a vulnerability as raw as an open wound. She clutches a worn photograph of a boy, her son, lost to this very world's foulest clutches. I remember when she found him, lifeless and pale, slipping into the void where light cannot reach. Her cry, a siren's wail, pierced through the veil of the night, shattering the quiet and, perhaps, her very soul.
Do you think he's down there?
Mara's voice trembles, a choked whisper barely clinging to hope. I don't know how to answer. The underworld isn't just a place, it's the reflection of our inner demons, our regrets and fears manifesting into grotesque figures, slithering through our dreams. I can feel them lurking, shadowy glances slipping past the edges of my mind, taunting. The underworld has a face, and it is cloaked in grief, my own grief as much as hers. Then there's Finn, standing a few steps back, an unwilling participant in this macabre dance. A glint of bitterness sharpens his jaw, a jagged edge against the night. He's lost his sister to the same darkness, swallowed by a city that feasted on the weak. Once, he was filled with laughter and light, but grief has robbed him of innocence, replacing it with a cold cynicism that wraps around his heart like barbed wire. I can't believe you're going to look for him, he spits, eyes narrowed like daggers. What if he's gone? What if you're just chasing a shadow? Better a shadow than nothing, Mara snaps back, her voice rising. Better to fight for something than to let despair devour me whole. Tension crackles between them, a pulse that syncs with my own racing heart. I want to scream, to pull them back from the precipice they're teetering on. But they don't need saving, they need understanding, even if it feels like standing in the eye of a storm. I remember the night I lost everything, how the sky turned black and the stars seemed to mock my pain. I remember my own demons, echoing their laughter in the hollow halls of my memory. Listen, I say, my voice steady despite the storm inside. What we seek is not just down there. It's in us. It always has been. The shadows dance, and I see the spectral faces of the damned, whispers of lost hopes, desires turned to ash. We are haunted by what we can't forgive ourselves for. This underworld isn't just a grave, it's a prison. Finn scoffs, but there's a flicker in his eye, a crack in the armor of his disdain. What do you know about prisons? He leans closer, the intensity of his gaze demanding an answer. You think you're any different from me? From Mara. I glance at Mara, who stands resolute, a fortress of grief. I remember when despair felt like a blanket, smothering me until I gasped for air. I remember the faces of those I lost, I remember being the shadow, creeping and clinging to everything that could remind me of them. But I chose to confront it, to look deep into that abyss. A chill sweeps through the alley, wrapping around us, and I can almost see the ghosts swirling in the darkness. They are figures from our past, pulling at the frayed edges of our memories, beckoning us to step closer, to lose ourselves in their embrace. We can't fight them without confronting our own underworld, I whisper, and my heart aches with the truth of it. Mara steps forward, her resolve hardening. Then let's confront it together. He's down there. I know it. The fierceness in her eyes ignites something within Finn, and for a moment, I see the flicker of hope igniting in his hollowed gaze. The alley shifts, and I can hear the whispers of the damned, the laughter morphing into sobs, a chorus of sorrow that reverberates through the very stones beneath our feet. We are all just lost souls, wandering through the darkness, trying to find a sliver of light, a moment of redemption. As we inch toward the mouth of the underworld, I feel the pull of the abyss, an invitation wrapped in dread. The silence is deafening, heavy with unspoken words and unresolved grief. I glance back at Mara, who clutches that photograph as if it were a talisman, and Finn, who stands tense, his fists clenched, a coiled spring ready to snap. I remember the stories I've heard, how the underworld is a labyrinth of lost dreams and forgotten hopes. It plays tricks on the mind, echoing the doubts we bury deep within. Are you ready? I ask, my voice barely breaking the spell of the night. The air thickens as they nod, a silent pact forming between us, a pact forged in pain and desperation, where the light of hope flickers like a dying candle. I step into the darkness, and with each footfall, the weight of the world shifts. In this twisted dance with the underworld, one truth emerges: it is not just the dead we seek to confront. It's the ghosts of ourselves, lost, broken, but yearning for release. As we descend, the shadows close in, wrapping around us like a shroud. This is not just a descent, it's a reckoning, a raw confrontation with the very essence of who we are. And with every heartbeat, the underworld whispers back, echoing our fears, our regrets, and our unyielding desires. The journey has only just begun, each step an unraveling of the threads that tie us to this fragile existence, a tapestry woven from pain and hope, where the past lingers like a haunting melody, playing on repeat in the stillness of the night. The clock ticks, each second a pulse, a warning, a promise, echoing through the thick, suffocating darkness. I breathe in the stale air, a bitter mix of sweat and fear, as I stand at the precipice of the underworld. The alley stretches before me, shadowed and sinister, the city's heartbeat muffled by the thick mist curling around the lampposts, ghostly fingers reaching for anything warm, anything alive. Somewhere in the distance, sirens wail, a banshee's cry, rushing through the night, desperate, urgent. My heart races, each beat syncing with that haunting sound, a reminder that I'm still here, still fighting. I remember the moment Marcus stepped into my world, eyes aflame with desperation. "They took her," he whispered, voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white, the raw emotion spilling from him like ink on a page. There was something primal in his gaze, the kind of fear that gnaws at your insides and demands to be confronted. I could see it then, his love for Eliza, bold and reckless, shining through the cracks of his resolve. "We have to go to the underworld," he said, and it felt like a curse, a plea, a promise all wrapped in one. We both knew the price of such a journey, the weight of the darkness that awaited us. Eliza, bright and brimming with laughter, had always been the light in his life, a beacon guiding him through the chaos. But now? Now she was lost, trapped in a labyrinth of shadows, where time twisted and turned, where the very ground pulsed with a sinister life of its own. I remember how Marcus' voice trembled as he spoke her name, Eliza. It cracked against the silence like a fragile glass, shattering the moment and leaving only the shards of his pain. The underworld was a place of thorns, but he would walk through fire for her, for the chance to pull her back from the abyss. And then there was me, a reluctant companion tethered to this madness, haunted by my own ghosts. My life had been a series of carefully constructed walls, built high and thick, protecting an aching heart. But standing beside Marcus, I felt something simmering, an undercurrent of hope and dread. I had loved and lost too, though my scars were buried deep beneath layers of laughter and charm. "You know it's a trap, right?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "They'll play with your mind, twist your memories until you don't know what's real anymore." But it was too late, the flames of determination danced in Marcus' eyes, and I was pulled in, unable to escape the gravity of his grief. We stepped into the underworld, where shadows danced like phantoms, and the air crackled with a palpable energy. The streets twisted unnaturally, a mirror of our fears, reflecting the darkest corners of our souls. I could feel the weight of eyes watching us, unseen forces lurking just beyond the periphery, hungry, waiting. Every step felt like we were sinking into quicksand, the very ground pulling us deeper into the maw of the unknown. "Where are you?" Marcus' voice cracked, echoing into the void, the emptiness swallowing it whole. Each syllable was a stab in the dark, a tether to a lost love that lingered like a scent in the air. I wanted to scream for Eliza, to shout her name into the depths, but fear constricted my throat. I could see the shadows shifting ahead, writhing like serpents, teasing, taunting. Memories flickered like dying embers, a time when laughter reigned, when love felt invincible. But that was before the darkness came, before the underworld seeped into our lives. I remember the moment we stumbled upon the first sign of her, a flickering silhouette against the backdrop of despair. "Eliza!" Marcus cried, voice breaking the silence, and in that instant, I felt the weight of his hope pressing down on my chest like a stone. But the shadow twisted, morphing into a cruel reflection of our desires, showing us what we feared most. I could see the anguish on Marcus' face as he reached out, only to watch it dissipate into nothingness, leaving behind an ache that echoed through the void. "This place feeds on pain," I said, a tremor in my voice as the realization settled in, a bitter truth that hung in the air. "It uses our love against us." The walls seemed to close in, suffocating, suffusing the air with a palpable dread. But Marcus didn't hear me, he was lost in the depths of his own despair, and I was powerless to pull him back. The echoes of our past danced around us, a cacophony of memories both beautiful and devastating. As we ventured deeper, the shadows whispered secrets, clawing at our sanity. Eliza's laughter turned into a haunting melody, a siren song that beckoned us closer, promising salvation but leading us further into the abyss. "You have to let go," I urged him, the words tasting like ashes on my tongue. "You can't hold on to what isn't real." But the grip of love was too strong, an anchor dragging him deeper into the depths where light dared not venture. The confrontation came suddenly, a whirlwind of emotion that shattered the fragile illusion we clung to. Marcus stood before a gaping chasm, the shadow of Eliza dancing just beyond reach. "You have to choose," I screamed, desperation clawing at my heart. "Let her go, or lose yourself." It was a moment suspended in time, a battle between love and the cruel reality of our existence. And then, in a heartbeat, it unraveled. The underworld breathed, and with it, the air grew thick with despair. I watched as Marcus teetered on the edge of oblivion, heart pounding, breath hitching. His face twisted in anguish, and for a moment, I saw the boy he once was, the boy who believed in fairy tales and happy endings. But the darkness had seeped in, whispering promises woven with lies, tainting the purity of his love. "Marcus!" I cried, the name bursting from my lips like a plea, a lifeline thrown into the depths of despair. And then, just like that, the flickering shadow of Eliza faded, leaving behind a haunting echo of her laughter, now twisted and sorrowful. The underworld laughed back, cruel and mocking, as the darkness enveloped him. I remember what it felt like to stand there, helpless, as the weight of our choices pressed down. The shadows danced, mocking our pain, whispering that we were never meant to escape. The city above continued its relentless march, oblivious to the battles fought in the depths below, a world spinning on without us. And in that moment, I realized that the underworld wasn't just a place, it was a mirror reflecting our souls, a haunting reminder of everything we loved and lost. The darkness held its breath, and the clock ticked on, each second a reminder that the story was far from over. The clock struck midnight, its chime resonating through the damp, chill air of the underworld, a haunting echo that dripped with dread. Shadows danced, flickering like restless spirits across crumbling walls, where ancient stone met the desperate pleas of the lost. Bone-thin fingers of mist caressed the ground, swirling around a figure standing still, shrouded in darkness. There, in that fleeting moment of silence, the weight of 1,000 regrets hung heavy, like a noose tightening around the throat of morality itself. I remember the way the air felt thick, suffocating. I remember the faces, their eyes hollow, filled with a haunting awareness of their own fragility. Among them was Mara, whose heart thudded like a war drum in her chest. She was a queen, a ruler, but not of kingdoms you would dream of. She wore her power like a blood-stained crown, and each decision she made was etched into her skin, a map of guilt and glory intertwined. I could see it in her eyes, a flicker of rebellion, a flash of grief. What were we doing here? The ghosts of her lovers and enemies alike whispered through the walls, clawing at her sanity. Across from her stood Aeacus, a broken knight with scars that told tales of both valor and failure. He was a protector turned executioner, his once bright armor tarnished by the dark deeds he had committed under Mara's command. I could feel his conflict, every step he took weighed down by the sins of his past, every breath a reminder of the lives he'd taken. Nights spent in blood-soaked dreams haunted him, pulling at the frayed edges of his resolve. He whispered, "What if we're no better than the monsters we fight?" a question echoing endlessly, like a cruel joke fate played upon the damned. Mara's voice cut through the night, sharp and raw. "We are the monsters, Aeacus. We've embraced the darkness. But does that make us evil?" It was a challenge, a gauntlet thrown at the feet of a man who still clung to the fragments of hope. I could feel the tension crackle in the air, an electric pulse that sent shivers down my spine. The answer lingered, unspoken, heavy like the fog that wrapped around their bodies, intertwining their fates. I remember the flickering torchlight casting long shadows, distorting their faces into monstrous shapes, reflection of their souls twisted by choice and consequence. Mara's brow furrowed as she stared into the depths of a well, the water dark and uninviting. Do we drown in our own actions, or do we swim, even if the water is tainted? Her words were almost poetic, yet they dripped with the anguish of 1,000 sleepless nights spent grappling with the darkness she had welcomed. There was a flicker of vulnerability, a moment where I could see the cracks in her fierce armor, and my heart ached for her. Aeacus shifted uneasily, his hands fidgeting, mirroring the turmoil within. "We're rulers of a world that punishes us for our very existence," he said, voice low and trembling. "But what if we break free? What if we defy the very laws that bind us?" The words hung there, heavy and taunting, as if the shadows themselves were listening, waiting for the right moment to swallow them whole. I felt the world around me shift, the air thickening, and I knew they were standing on the precipice of something monumental, a choice that could either set them free or damn them forever. I remember the haunting silence that followed, broken only by the distant moan of windswept souls trapped in limbo. It was a lullaby of despair, a reminder of what lay ahead. Mara's eyes darkened, flickering with a defiant fire. "We cannot shy away from the monsters we've become. We must own it, embrace it." Her voice rose, fierce like a tempest, battling the doubt that threatened to swallow them both. I could see the conviction burning in her spirit, and yet, I felt the tremor of uncertainty lurking behind her bravado. And then, like an unexpected storm, the weight of their choices crashed down upon them, each heartbeat echoing the inevitable clash of morality and ambition. Would they dare step into the unknown, knowing that every action held the potential for salvation or damnation? The shadows around them seemed to whisper, urging them forward, taunting them with visions of power and pain. Aeacus clenched his fists, nails biting into his palms. "But at what cost, Mara? What if our crimes outnumber the lives we save?" His voice trembled with the weight of history, of bloodshed that could fill rivers. "What if we're lost forever?" The fear hung in the air, a palpable entity that wrapped around them, squeezing tighter with every passing second. Mara turned, her gaze piercing through the veil of uncertainty. "We are already lost," she whispered, desperation clawing at her throat. "But in our darkness, we can find meaning. We can be the rulers the underworld needs, not in spite of our sins, but because of them." It was a powerful declaration, filled with a complexity that made it both beautiful and grotesque. They stared at each other, two flawed souls ablaze with ambition and dread, love and hatred. In that moment, I felt the cosmos shift, time bending around their resolve. The air crackled with unspoken promises and heart-wrenching fears, and I could sense the impending clash, a tempest brewing just beneath the surface, hungry for release. I remember the way the shadows grew taller, looming over them like judgmental specters. They were at a crossroads, and I held my breath, waiting for the inevitable confrontation with their own demons. In the depths of the underworld, morality was a game played with bloody hands and trembling hearts, a game where the stakes were nothing less than the essence of their beings. As the clock chimed once more, a chilling reminder of time slipping through their fingers, I was drawn deeper into the chaos of their inner turmoil. The underworld ruled by fear, by power, by blood, a relentless cycle that echoed through the ages. And in that echo, I could feel the pulse of their struggle, a haunting rhythm that begged for resolution, yet offered none. With every heartbeat, I sensed the impending collision, the breaking point where choices would be laid bare, and the weight of their morality would crush down like a darkened sky. In that moment, the world faded around us, the lines between right and wrong blurring, and I was left hanging in the void, craving the resolution that remained just out of reach. A bell tolls in the thick, suffocating fog of midnight, the sound slicing through the silence like a knife. The air vibrates with an unsteady energy, a tension that clings to the skin like the sweat of a nightmare. Amelia stands at the edge of an old, crumbling cemetery, the gravestones jutting out like broken teeth from the earth. She can hear the whispers of a past that never quite faded, low and haunting, as if the shadows around her are alive, eager to pull her into their darkness. Her heart pounds, echoing in her ears, drowning out the rustle of leaves above. What if it's true, she mutters to herself, her breath quickening. The weight of her choices presses down on her, heavier than the night. In a world where the afterlife is a grand performance dictated by the privileged, what chance does she have? She's been told that judgment awaits, fate dressed in the rags of social hierarchy, wielding power like a sword. Ghosts of her past loom, their faces twisted in regret and anger, and she wonders if she'll become another whisper in the wind. Across the graveyard, Oliver shifts uneasily, his hands shoved deep inside the pockets of his worn coat. He watches Amelia, his pulse quickening with every flicker of her silhouette. He remembers her laugh, bright and unrestrained, before the world taught them the harsh lessons of worth and judgment. Before the night when everything had changed. Guilt gnaws at him, sharp and relentless. He had promised to protect her, to shield her from the darkness that lurked within their society, and yet here they are, on the precipice of something neither of them can escape. Amelia, he calls, his voice raw, cracking like dry earth. We can't, but his words hang in the air, heavy and unvoiced, swallowed by the restless fog. The shadows stir around them, flickering with an almost sentient awareness, like they know too much and are hungry for the secrets buried beneath the soil. I remember, she whispers, when we were children, playing in the fields. Her eyes glisten, reflecting the dim light of the crescent moon. We believed we could be anyone at all. Now look at us. Her voice wavers, filled with a sorrow that cuts deep, threading through Oliver's heart like a needle. He remembers too, their dreams painted in brilliant colors, unblemished by the murky reality of the world they inherited. You know they'll judge us, he murmurs, based on things we never chose. Wealth, status, they'll weigh our souls against their scales. The thought sends a shiver through Amelia. There are those who float above them, shiny, perfect beings encased in ivory towers of privilege, with lives that shimmer like polished silver. And then there are the ones like her, like Oliver, stumbling through the labyrinth of existence, forever at the mercy of fate's cruel games. The fear of being cast aside, of being deemed unworthy, clings to her like a shroud. I refuse to be defined by them, she declares, voice rising, fierce and trembling with resolve. If I'm judged, I want it to be by my actions, not my birthright. But Oliver sees the cracks beneath her bravado, the fragility of her spirit veiled within layers of defiance. It's not that simple, Amelia, he shouts, the words tearing from his throat like an animal cornered. You can't fight the universe. A silence descends, heavy and suffocating. Time collapses, stretching painfully as shadows flicker like memories, intertwining with haunting echoes of laughter, betrayal, and lost innocence. They stand precariously on the edge, two souls yearning for something beyond the grave, but the chasm between them feels insurmountable. Around them, the cemetery breathes, the air thick with the scent of damp earth mixed with the metallic tang of fear. In this liminal space, they are not alone. Figures emerge from the darkness, lost souls, their faces ghostly, lined with the burdens of judgment and consequence. They hover, waiting, watching as if to say, this is your fate. Will you rise or will you fall? Amelia's knees buckle, and she sinks to the ground, the cool earth seeping into her skin, grounding her. What if I fail? She murmurs, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf. What if I'm not enough? Oliver drops beside her, the weight of their fears pressing down on him. We're all flawed, he says quietly, a whisper meant only for her. We all carry scars. But they don't define us. The ghosts swirl closer, their eyes reflecting a mixture of pity and understanding, and the wind carries their stories, tales of those who stumbled, who fell, who were judged too harshly by a world that thrived on hierarchies. You don't have to be perfect, one murmurs, its voice like the rustle of dried leaves. You only have to be brave. Amelia lifts her head, a flicker of defiance igniting in her chest. She looks at Oliver, her heart pounding in rhythm with his, a beat that intertwines their fates. Then let's be brave together, she whispers, the conviction blooming in her chest like a flower forcing its way through the cracks of concrete. As the clock in the distance begins to chime once more, marking the hour of reckoning, the shadows around them swirl and dance, a chaotic blend of destiny and despair. The air electric with tension, the cemetery alive with the echoes of the past whispering, who will be judged? Who will rise? In that moment, they stand united, ready to confront the forces that threaten to tear them apart, to challenge the very fabric of their existence. And as the fog rolls in thicker, suffocating and blinding, they take a breath, hearts pounding, ready to step into the unknown, together. The night stretches on, the air thick with the weight of unseen eyes, the judgment looming just beyond the veil. The ghosts watch, and for each heartbeat, the world holds its breath, waiting for the inevitable confrontation. Darkness enveloped the alley, thick as the fog that rolled in from the river like an omen. I stood there, heart racing, caught in a moment that felt suspended in time, the city's heartbeat pulsing beneath my feet like an echo of a long-forgotten tale. Shadows danced along the cobblestones, whispering secrets of those who dared to tread this path before me. I could feel it, that familiar weight in my chest, the dread that every story had a price and every myth had a bite. Elena was crouched in the corner, her breath shallow, eyes wide as if she were staring into the abyss and finding it staring back. They say the underworld is just a mirror of our lives, you know, she murmured, her voice a fragile thread in the heavy air. I remembered the stories my grandmother told me, tales of lost souls and the bargain struck with the unseen. But what if it's more than that? What if it's us, our fears, our desires, twisted into something grotesque? Every word dripped with the weight of her reality, the truth laced with desperation. Elena was chasing something, an answer that had eluded her since that night, the night when everything changed, when the shadows whispered her name and pulled her into their embrace. I wanted to reach out, to tell her it would be okay, that those stories were just that, stories meant to frighten children into obedience. But her haunted gaze told me otherwise. Across the alley, Jonah stood leaning against the crumbling bricks, arms crossed tightly. He was a fortress of his own, hard and unyielding, but inside, I knew he wrestled with demons. "You believe them, don't you?" he spat, his voice thick with scorn. "You think the underworld is real? It's just folklore, women's tales to scare men. We're not bound by those chains." But I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of fear, the way he couldn't shake off the stories that clung to him like smoke. I remember how we spent summers steeped in folklore, regaling one another with tales of the underworld, of lost loves and vengeful spirits. We laughed then, but now those laughs echoed hollow, a cruel reminder of innocence lost. The clock on the church tower struck midnight, the chime reverberating through the stillness, marking the moment as a threshold. I felt it in my bones, tonight, the stories would bleed into reality, and we would be the ones to pay. "Elena, Jonah, we can't stay here," I urged, my voice a whisper that clawed at the edges of panic. "If the stories are true, we won't make it out alive." I could see the two of them locked in an unspoken battle, each grappling with the weight of their beliefs, their conviction splitting them apart like the dark sky above us. Elena's hand trembled as she brushed her hair back, revealing a scar, a mark from when she had tried to escape her own shadows. "They say when you die, you face your greatest fear," she said, the words hanging heavy, each syllable dripping with the pain of her past. "What if the underworld is just a reflection of us? Our regrets, our failures? What if we never truly leave?" In Jonah's eyes, a flicker of recognition sparked. The stories of the restless dead, the ghostly figures that wandered the streets at night, seeking solace from their own failures. Each legend a mirror, each tale a haunting reminder. "You're saying we're trapped?" He scoffed, but his voice wavered, betraying the storm within. "There's no escape from the past." I could feel the walls closing in, the darkness creeping closer, swallowing the light. Memories thrashed around in my mind, dreams of freedom, of laughter under the sun, of all the times we thought we were invincible. But now, faced with the specter of what our lives had become, I felt the tendrils of despair wrap tightly around my throat. "We must confront it," I finally said, my voice trembling as the weight of our shared fears settled heavily among us. "If we don't, we'll be lost forever." The shadows flickered, teasing out the edges of our resolve. I could almost see them, ghostly figures lingering at the fringes, waiting for the moment we faltered, waiting to snatch us into their stories. "We need to step into the darkness," I urged, feeling the frigid grip of fear tightening. "Face whatever it is lurking there." Elena nodded slowly, tears brimming in her eyes, her courage blossoming from the ashes of her despair. "Together then," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath, but the conviction was palpable. Jonah hesitated, caught between his bravado and the gnawing fear that clawed at his soul. "Fine," he spat, though I could see the way his body tensed, the way he braced himself for the inevitable plunge into the unknown. "But don't expect me to hold your hand." And just like that, we stepped forward, into the darkness that awaited us. The air thickened, wrapping around us like a shroud, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. I felt the weight of our histories crashing down, the folklore wrapping tighter around our throats, forcing us to face the very essence of who we were. As we plunged deeper into the abyss, the shadows twisted and writhed, beckoning us to join their haunting dance. I remembered the stories of old, tales of the underworld that had shaped our lives, morphing into something more than mere words on a page. They became the very fabric of our existence, woven from the threads of our fears and dreams, binding us in a way that felt both comforting and suffocating. The world around us began to dissolve, the line between reality and folklore blurring. I could hear the whispers of the damned, the echoes of our past lives swirling around us, reminding us that we were never truly alone. The heart of the story pulsed with a rhythm that mirrored our own, a dark, relentless beat that promised both terror and salvation. And so we walked into the depths, the shadows dancing around us, leaving behind the remnants of the light, ready to confront the monsters we had always feared. The underworld awaited, a reflection of our souls, and in its depths, we would find the truth we sought. The air hung heavy, almost suffocating, as the clock struck midnight, a single, mournful chime echoed through the abandoned hallways of a long-forgotten temple. Shadows twisted and writhed, whispering secrets of the dead, the unburied, the lost. I stood there, rooted in the damp chill, heart pounding, a wild creature trapped in its own chest. Outside, the world slept, but here, the past was alive, breathing, mocking me with its silence. I remember whispers, hushed and urgent. What if? It was a question that clawed at me. What if the underworld wasn't just a myth? What if it was a realm of smoke and flame, teeming with souls bound by fate and longing? The stories of the ancients, of Hades and Hel, of Osiris and Anubis, all twined together like the roots of an ancient tree, twisted and gnarled. But what if the roots led to something more than folklore? Two figures stood with me, their faces cast in shadow, eyes flickering like distant stars. There was Mara, her brow furrowed in intense contemplation, caught in the riptide of her own thoughts. She was a seeker, always searching for meaning in every myth, but what did meaning matter when the depth of loss enveloped her like a shroud? I could feel her heartache, the ache of a sister who had lost her brother to a fate worse than death. Each story she unraveled was a tender stitch pulled tight against the wound of her grief. And then there was Julian, a skeptic, arms crossed, his presence a contrast to Mara's fragile hope. He was burdened with a weight of reason, skepticism etched into his brow. A scholar, he scoffed at the tales of the afterlife, yet there he was, standing at the threshold of belief, as though daring the shadows to prove him wrong. His laughter was brittle, a facade that crumpled under the pressure of unspoken fears. What if he was wrong? What if the stories of the underworld were not mere allegories, but warnings, dark truths cloaked in symbolism? "Do you ever wonder," Mara said, voice trembling like a candle's flame, "if they're watching us? The souls trapped in the underworld?" Her question hung in the air, heavy and electric. It pulled at my heartstrings, resonating with a truth I had long tried to ignore. I remember how suddenly, in that moment, the walls felt closer, the shadows deeper. Julian's laughter died, replaced by a silence so thick it felt like a noose tightening around our throats. "You really believe that?" he shot back, though there was uncertainty in his voice, a crack that revealed his own doubts. "It's just a myth, Mara. A cautionary tale meant to keep us in line." But I could see it, the flicker of fear in his eyes, the way he shifted, as though expecting the very shadows to reply. I wanted to scream then, to shake him from his disbelief. "What if you're wrong?" The question hung, suspended like an omen. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath us, ancient and alive, throbbing with stories of torment and transcendence. It whispered of the souls bound to the underworld, those who had walked once among the living, those who now lingered in the shadows, perhaps looking for a way out, perhaps for someone to remember them. The clock ticked on, relentless, a heartbeat against the silence. I remember, I murmured, suddenly lost in a memory. I remembered my grandmother, her tales of spirits that wandered the dark, of the weight of unfinished business. She spoke of the crossroads, where souls choose their paths, light or shadow, redemption or despair. Mara's gaze met mine, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Do you think they suffer?" she whispered, vulnerable, raw. The question clawed at my heart, a desperate plea for understanding. "They do," I breathed, the weight of my own fears crashing like waves against my chest. "They linger for us, shackled by the chains of our memories." Julian shifted uneasily. "And what if it's us who are the ghosts? Bound by our doubts, our fears, our regrets?" The words tumbled out, a dark realization that sent chills racing down my spine. The shadows deepened, swirling around us like a storm. I could feel the air thickening, a palpable tension rising like the tide. The underworld was not merely a place, but a concept, an embodiment of every sorrow, every choice unmade. Each deity's underworld, a reflection of the human condition, of suffering and solace, of the weight of existence. I could see it then, the vastness of what lay beneath the surface of our understanding, Hades with its fields of judgment, Hell blanketed in ice and sorrow, the Egyptian duat, where souls were weighed against a feather. Each mythology a mirror, each tale a thread in the intricate tapestry of what it meant to be human. Memories flared, jagged and bright, each one a reminder of our fragile humanity. The moments we wished to erase, the words we never spoke, the love we took for granted. "I remember," I whispered again, the sound echoing back through the darkness. "I remember the ones we lost, the ones who walked the thin line between life and death." And then, a noise, a shift in the shadows, a rustle like whispered intent. My breath caught in my throat, the atmosphere thickening, electric. "What if they're here?" Mara breathed, eyes wide with terror, realization dawning like the first light of dawn breaking through a long, dark night. Julian took a step back, but I couldn't move, our fear and curiosity rooted me to the spot. The air shimmered with a pulse, a heartbeat of the waiting, the watching. I could feel it, a presence that wrapped around us, chilling yet somehow familiar. In that moment, we were no longer just observers. What lay ahead was unknown, but the weight of those who had come before us hung heavy in the air, creating a bridge between realms, a connection that transcended the divides of our understanding. It was haunting, beautiful, terrifying. And the clock ticked on, the shadows deepened, and somewhere, in the silence, the underworld stirred. Rain fell in heavy sheets, each drop a cold whisper against the crumbling stone of the old chapel. I stood at the threshold, heart hammering like a frantic drum, breath fogging up the air. Shadows danced around me, twisting and contorting as if alive, and I could almost hear the sound of distant sobbing echoing through the damp air. Inside, the flickering candlelight revealed a world suspended in time, a sanctuary of lost souls. It was here that legends had taken root, where the past clung like a shroud, heavy with sorrow and the weight of unfulfilled promises. Daniel was already there, his face pale beneath the flickering lights, eyes wide with a mix of dread and determination. "We shouldn't be here," he murmured, voice trembling. I could feel his fear radiating off him, a living thing that wrapped around my heart, squeezing until it ached. But what did he know of fear? I had grown accustomed to its icy embrace, nursing it like a long-lost friend. I was drawn to the darkness, to the stories that clawed at the edges of our understanding, stories like the one that haunted this place, tied to the underworld's myths. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, the sound of my own voice strange and far away, like an echo from another time. The air hung thick with anticipation. The chapel felt alive, breathing alongside us, its walls steeped in whispers of lovers lost and spirits trapped. I remembered the tales I had heard, of the ghostly bride who wandered the halls in search of her beloved, of shadows in the night that tugged at your very soul. In that moment, a chill seeped into my bones. "What if they're real?" Daniel asked, eyes darting nervously.
What if we're not alone? I wanted to laugh, to push aside the absurdity of it all. But my laughter caught in my throat, stilled by the oppressive silence that settled like a heavy blanket. Instead, I turned my gaze to the flickering candles, their flames dancing in defiance of the encroaching darkness. Each one a small beacon, a fragile lifeline to the living. But what lay beyond that light? What shadows lurked, waiting for the unwary? Just then, a sudden crash echoed through the chapel, a sound like shattering glass. Daniel jumped back, eyes wide, and I felt my heart leap into my throat. The noise wrapped itself around us, heavy and suffocating. "Did you see that?" he gasped, pointing at the shattered remains of a stained glass window, the pieces glinting ominously in the dim light. I stepped forward, the crunch of glass beneath my feet a reminder of the fragility of our own existence. "It's just the wind," I said, but my voice faltered. The wind howled around us, a mournful cry that seemed to echo the pain of those long gone. I remembered the legends of this place, the sacrifices made in the name of love and revenge, and it chilled me to my core. "Or something more," Daniel said, his voice barely above a whisper. "What if it's a warning?" I could feel the weight of his fear pressing down on me, a tangible force that threatened to drown us both. "We have to know," I replied, my voice stronger than I felt. "We have to confront it." It was a recklessness born of curiosity, a hunger to peel back the layers of history and feel the pulse of the past beneath my fingertips. But with every heartbeat, a sense of foreboding crept closer, a specter whispering that some truths were not meant to be unearthed. As we moved deeper into the chapel, shadows morphed into grotesque shapes, elongated fingers reaching out as if to ensnare us. I could sense Daniel's hesitation, the way he lingered at the threshold, tethered to a fear he couldn't shake. Inside, the air grew dense, almost electric, suffused with the weight of entwined lives and lost hopes. I took a step forward, leaving him behind, pulled by an invisible thread to the altar, a place where destinies had been forged and broken. I remember the chill that swept through the room, a sudden drop in temperature that sent ripples of unease skittering across my skin. The candle flames flickered wildly, as if battling an unseen force. In that moment, I felt it, a presence that curled around me like smoke, whispering secrets that tugged at the very fabric of my soul. "Daniel!" I called, panic rising like bile in my throat. "You have to come." He hesitated, his fear wrestling with an undeniable pull toward that insecurity. But the allure of the unknown was intoxicating, and I could see the struggle etched across his face, the desire to confront his own darkness battling against the instinct to flee. "Together," I urged, my voice trembling with urgency. "We face it together." I reached out a hand, palm open, a lifeline amidst the chaos. With a hesitant step, he crossed the threshold, and in that instant, the shadows thickened, swirling like a living entity around us, closing in. The air crackled with tension, and I sensed the weight of countless eyes upon us, ancient spirits watching, waiting. They were intertwined with the fabric of this place, the stories of their lives echoing in the silence. I felt their sorrow, their despair, and the yearning for release. "What if they can see us?" Daniel whispered, his voice barely a breath. "They can feel us," I replied, a shiver tracing down my spine. "Our fears, our regrets, they're drawn to the living." The words tumbled out, a visceral truth that resonated deep within me. I remembered why I was here, why I had chased the darkness all this time, to confront my own demons, to uncover the myths that had shaped my existence. Just then, a soft whisper brushed against my ear, sending a jolt of adrenaline coursing through my veins. "Help us," it pleaded, the voice echoing through the chapel like a mournful song. I turned, searching the shadows for the source, my heart racing. "What do they want?" Daniel's voice quivered, fear tightening its grip on him. I could see him fighting against the urge to run, caught between the desire for knowledge and the instinct for survival. "Redemption," I replied, the word heavy with weight. "And perhaps, forgiveness." I felt the truth of it settle in my bones, a heart-wrenching realization that transcended time. We were all shaped by our choices, haunted by the consequences of our actions. The shadows swirled tighter, almost suffocating in their intensity. I could feel their pain, a visceral reminder of what lay at the heart of every myth. We must listen, I urged. We have to face them. The weight of history pressed against us, a reminder that we were part of this tapestry, woven into the very fabric of the past. But as we stood there, caught between the realms of the living and the dead, the realization hit me: what if the real horror lay not in the ghosts that haunted this place, but in the choices we had yet to make? I took a step forward, heart pounding, every cell in my body screaming for resolution. Show us, I whispered into the darkness, the words barely escaping my lips, but the weight of them resonated through the chapel. Show us what binds you. And in that moment, the candle flames flickered once more, illuminating the chapel as shadows danced frenetic around us, a storm of memories, emotions, and unfulfilled dreams. We stood on the precipice of something vast, something terrifying. Would we find redemption, or would we be swallowed whole by the darkness? The air grew thick with anticipation, the chapel itself holding its breath, and I realized that the answer lay not in the past, but in the choices we were about to make, in the emotions that bound us to this place, and to each other. The darkness whispered, the shadows beckoned, and the journey was just beginning. The clock ticked mercilessly, each second a drumbeat of impending doom, reverberating through the hollow chamber. Evelyn pressed her palm against her chest, feeling the frantic thump of her heart as if it were trying to escape. Shadows danced along the walls, flickering like specters in the dim light, whispering ancient fears that clawed at her mind. She had always believed that death was a doorway, but now she stood at its threshold, staring into an abyss that threatened to swallow her whole. "I can't do this," she gasped, her voice raw, the reality of the night sinking into her bones. A gauzy veil of moonlight spilled through the window, illuminating the porcelain figure of her brother, Jacob, laid out like a forgotten doll. The contours of his face were softening, fading, and with it, the remnants of their shared laughter and whispered secrets. In that moment, as she looked at him, a visceral pain shot through her, a reminder that life was a cruel joke, one that often left the punchline buried 6 feet under. "Evelyn, he needs us," Marcus's voice sliced through the silence, urgent yet trembling. Her partner was a scientist, always searching for answers in the cold logic of equations and data. But here, in this moment thick with grief, his rationality felt like a barrier, a wall too high to climb. "If we can just, no." The word exploded from her lips, raw and untamed. "You don't understand. He's gone. Science can't bring him back. It won't save him." She turned away, her breath hitching as she fought back tears. The memories flooded her, Jacob's laughter ringing in her ears like a haunting melody. I remember the way he danced in the rain, how he could make the silliest faces, and I remember the day he told me he would always look out for me." Marcus went silent, his eyes searching hers for a flicker of hope. "We can try," he whispered, desperation draping his words like a heavy shroud. "There are theories, experiments we could conduct. If we can capture the energy. Her voice was a strangled whisper, winded by the weight of denial. "You're talking about him like he's some equation, Marcus. He's not a formula." Yet even as she spoke, a seed of doubt burrowed into her mind. The streetlights outside flickered, casting a dim glow that felt like a heartbeat, steady yet haunting. Was there truth in what Marcus said? Was there a way to bridge the chasm between life and death, or was it all a fool's errand? A chill wrapped around her spine, and she caught sight of the clock again. Each tick was a reminder that time was a thief, robbing her of moments that would never return. She tried to breathe through the panic, but the air felt heavy, thick with the weight of unanswered questions. I remember the stories we used to tell each other as kids," she murmured, almost to herself. "The tales of the afterlife, of spirits lingering, waiting for us to call them home." Marcus stepped closer, his hand hesitating before resting on her shoulder. "There's a connection, Evelyn. Between science and whatever lies beyond. We just need to find it." His voice trembled with a blend of hope and fear, like a candle flickering against the winds of despair. A memory struck like lightning, the story of Orpheus, who descended into the underworld to reclaim his beloved Eurydice. Could they, too, summon the echoes of the past? The thought was intoxicating, yet terrifying. "What if we fail?" she whispered, the ghost of her own fear clawing at her throat. What if we disturb something we shouldn't? Then we'll face it together, he promised, the intensity of his gaze grounding her. But we have to try. And there, in that dimly lit room, the boundaries of science and myth began to blur. She could feel the air thicken with unspoken possibilities. The shadows seemed to stretch and pulse, as if listening, waiting, holding their breath. The world felt electric, charged with the weight of the unknown. As Marcus began setting up the makeshift equipment, Evelyn's heart raced. She glanced back at Jacob's still form, feeling a pull, a connection that transcended the physical. The clock ticked louder now, each second a reminder of their dwindling time. I remember the way he looked at the stars, she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. He believed they held the answers to everything. Maybe he still does, Marcus replied softly, his tone reverent. With trembling hands, he adjusted the instruments, weaving together strands of science and myth, a fragile tapestry illuminating the mystery of death and what lay beyond. Outside, the city hummed with life, oblivious to the sacred moment unfolding within those four walls. Evelyn felt a connection to the universe, a pulse that beat in rhythm with the stars, each heartbeat echoing the fragile line they were about to walk. She took a deep breath, the weight of her grief morphing into something potent, something like hope. And just as she felt the first stirrings of resolve, a sudden chill swept through the room. Shadows lengthened, coiling like serpents, and Evelyn's breath hitched in fear. What was that? She whispered, feeling the hairs on her arms rise. The air crackled, and for a fleeting moment, she thought she felt Jacob's presence, a whisper of warmth brushing against her, urging her forward. But the moment shattered like glass, and the shadows morphed into something darker, something primal. Time twisted, and with it, the boundaries of reality. She could feel a reckoning approaching, a confrontation of all that she feared and all that she hoped for. Evelyn, Marcus's voice was strained, his brow knitted in concentration. We have to focus. We have to believe. But doubt gnawed at her, a relentless beast. The abyss yawned wide before them, and they were standing on the precipice of the unknown, waiting for the truth to unfold, a truth that might shatter them both. In that charged moment, the clock chimed, reverberating through the chamber, echoing the heartbeat of the cosmos. And with it, the darkness beckoned, a siren call that promised answers and danger in equal measure. The intersection of science and myth was about to cross, and Evelyn knew, deep down, that what lay beyond the veil could alter the very fabric of their existence forever. The air crackled with an electric tension, the kind that prickled at the back of your neck, heralding something unspeakable. Shadows flitted across the cobblestones, the moonlight a ghostly witness to the twisted alley where Alex found himself, heart pounding like a drum echoing in a forgotten cathedral. He didn't know what he was running from, only that the icy fingers of dread clawed at his insides, urging him forward, faster. The stories whispered in the dark about the underworld had always felt like myths to him, tales spun from the thread of fear and superstition. Yet tonight, the line between belief and reality blurred, dissolving in the dense fog of his panic. He stumbled, the sharp edge of a broken bottle glinting under the dim light, a grim reminder that the world he thought he knew had frayed at the seams. His breath came in ragged bursts, each inhale heavy with the scent of rain-soaked earth and something more sinister, an undercurrent of decay. It was then he heard it, a voice, soft yet insistent, slicing through the silence like a knife. Alex, it felt like a caress and a curse all at once. Who's there? He shouted, his voice cracking. He turned, but the alley remained empty, a yawning mouth that swallowed his cries, leaving an echo that mocked him. In the shadows, ghosts of his past danced, a childhood friend lost too soon, a mother who believed in the spirits that roamed between worlds. They had been comforted by tales of life after death, stories of light and darkness, of the eternal struggle between hope and despair. But here, in the heart of the city that reeked of asphalt and ambition, such beliefs felt hollow, a fragile shell cracking under the weight of reality. Across town, in a dimly lit cafe, Mia stirred her coffee absent-mindedly, the steam swirling like the remnants of her dreams. She was a believer, a skeptic wrapped in layers of uncertainty, caught between the tales of her ancestors and the stark light of a secular world. Each sip was a nod to the past, a ritual that tethered her to the stories her grandmother spun at twilight, of fiery chasms and the soft whispers of souls seeking solace. But as the world around her grew colder, those stories felt increasingly distant, like echoes fading into the void. She had turned away from the underworld, convinced it was a relic of a bygone age, a quaint notion for the superstitious. Yet tonight, she felt the pull of something deeper, a longing that quaked deep within her marrow. The cafe buzzed with laughter and chatter, but she was alone in her thoughts, spiraling into the abyss of collective disbelief. "We've lost our way," she whispered to herself, the words a prayer into the bustling void. She remembered the old tales, how they used to bring warmth to the dark corners of her mind. Now they felt like chains, holding her captive in a world that demanded logic over law. Back in the alley, Alex was still running, each footfall a desperate attempt to escape the unseen terror that loomed behind him. The voice echoed again, closer this time, and he felt a chill sweep over him. "Alex," it wrapped around him like a shroud, pulling him into an unseen gravity. He turned once more, and there she was, MIA, emerging from the shadows, her face a mask of concern mingled with something raw and real. "Why are you here?" he gasped, the words tumbling out, a jumble of panic and confusion. "You shouldn't be here." "I heard you," she said, her voice steady despite the tremors beneath. "I didn't know it was you. It's calling to me." She looked into the dark, her eyes wide with an unsettling mix of fear and curiosity. The stories, they've never felt so real. The air between them crackled with unspoken truths, the weight of their shared histories pressing down like a cloak. In that moment, they were not just Alex and MIA, they were fragments of a collective past, remnants of a world that had once thrived on belief. The underworld that haunted their childhood was morphing into something tangible, something they couldn't ignore. "I remember the tales," he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. "I remember the warmth of the fire, the way the shadows danced and spun. I thought they were just stories." His chest tightened, memories flooding back, nights spent listening to his grandmother's hushed tones, the flicker of the candle illuminating the fear in her eyes. "But they're here," Mia's eyes darted around, scanning the darkness as if it might yield answers. "They're waiting for us to remember." Her voice trembled, a shadow of doubt creeping in, but there was determination in her gaze, piercing the veil of fear. Together, they stood on the precipice, caught between the world of the living and the whispering echoes of the underworld. The city hummed around them, oblivious to the fragile threads of belief that still tethered them to something greater. As the clock ticked on, time itself seemed to hang in the balance, waiting for them to choose between denial and discovery. Each heartbeat thudded in their ears like a war drum, a rallying cry against the encroaching silence. In that moment, the fog of disbelief began to clear, revealing a landscape filled with possibilities. They were not just running from something, they were racing toward something profound, a connection that transcended the mundane. "Maybe," Alex murmured, his voice trembling with an ancient fear, "maybe we've been wrong all along. Maybe the stories have power we've forgotten." MIA stepped closer, her gaze unwavering. "Then let's remember together. Let's face what we've denied." The city trembled as they took a step forward, plunging into the unknown. The shadows loomed larger, the voices of the past beckoning them into the depths. There was no turning back now, only an uncharted path that spiraled into the dark, where belief and doubt intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. And so, they ventured forth, hand in hand, the echoes of the underworld becoming a haunting melody that intertwined with their hearts. Time slipped through their fingers like grains of sand, each moment stretching into infinity, a cycle of fear and belief, darkness and light, a reminder that in the vastness of existence, the future held all the answers, waiting just beyond the horizon. The screen flickers in the darkened room, bathing the walls in a spectral blue glow. I can't breathe. My heart hammers against my chest like a frantic prisoner. What have we done? My voice is barely a whisper, lost in the void of a room that feels more like a tomb than a sanctuary. Outside, the city pulses with life, oblivious. Inside, my world crumbles. Lila sits across from me, her fingers trembling, hovering above the keyboard like a ghost poised to type a final message. Her eyes, once bright with ambition, swim in the fog of uncertainty. We'll regret this, she murmurs, the weight of her realization pressing down like a heavy stone. I want to reach out, to pull her away from the edge, but we've crossed that threshold.
There's no turning back. Not now. I remember the first time we talked about it, sipping lukewarm coffee on a grey afternoon, the rain drumming against the window. What if we could live forever? She had asked, half joking. I laughed, but her eyes held that glimmer of truth. What if? It felt harmless then, a dream to amuse ourselves with while the world outside faded to grey. But what once was a playful thought has now warped into a nightmare. This isn't what we wanted, I say, but the words taste hollow. We wanted to be remembered, to defy the cold grip of mortality. Now, the prospect feels like a curse, a digital spectre haunting every keystroke. Lila's breath hitches, and I see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. People will be able to talk to me, she whispers, the words hanging heavy like fog. Even when I'm gone. The irony claws at me. We've mastered the art of connection, yet we stand isolated, trapped in our desperate attempts to forge an eternal legacy. Outside, shadows stretch and twist, the city alive with its cacophony. But here, in this hushed chamber, silence reigns, thick and suffocating. Lila's fingers finally descend onto the keys, and she types. Each letter echoes like a gunshot in the stillness, cracking through the fragile veneer of our fleeting existence. I can't help but think of all the lives that have been lost, all the souls that have slipped away into oblivion, never to be heard again. I remember my grandmother's voice, soft and warm, telling stories of love and loss as the sun dipped below the horizon. I remember the weight of her hand in mine, the smell of her lavender perfume mingling with the scent of freshly baked bread. Death is part of life, she used to say, but so is memory. What would she think of us now? What would she say as we toyed with the sanctity of life and death, bending it to our will? Lila is still typing. I watch, horrified and entranced, as the screen fills with her words, a fragmented reflection of her heart. She's crafting a new version of herself, a digital ghost destined to wander the vast corridors of cyberspace. I want to live on, she admits, and the raw, visceral hunger in her voice pierces me. It's a yearning that resonates deep within, one I can't deny. But what if eternity is nothing but a cold, empty prison? What if we trap ourselves in our own reflections, endlessly replaying our laughs, our loves, our losses, never allowing the warmth of life to fade? I remember the stories of the ancients, of souls lost in the underworld, forever longing for the sun. Is this what we're doing? Are we condemning ourselves to wander in the shadows of our own making? Lila, I say, urgency clawing at my throat, we have to stop this. Please. Her eyes meet mine, and I see the tempest of emotion swirling within, fear, hope, desperation. What if this isn't real? I plead. What if it only deepens the loneliness? But she's committed now, every word a haunting echo of the life she's leaving behind, every keystroke a step further into the abyss. I don't want to be forgotten, she replies, her voice breaking. I don't want to fade away like everyone else. And in that moment, I feel the weight of our choices, the heavy chains we've forged for ourselves. What does it mean to live on? To exist in a fractured reality where memories are manipulated, where the essence of who we are distorts into a digital relic. I remember the laughter of friends long gone, the warmth of a summer night, the bittersweet taste of nostalgia. Can these moments coexist with the cold detachment of a machine? A chill skitters down my spine as the screen glows brighter, illuminating the dark corners of the room. I can almost hear the whispers of those who came before us, their voices merging with the digital hum, the pulse of technology that has become both our savior and our doom. We've created a parallel realm, a haunting echo of life, and I can't shake the feeling that we're treading a dangerous line. Lila's fingers fly across the keys, frantically typing as if the weight of the world rests on her shoulders. I'll be here, she promises, her voice trembling. I'll always be here. But as she presses enter, a wave of dread washes over me. What if she's wrong? What if the version of her that lingers in the digital net becomes a mere shadow, a flickering light lost in the vast expanse of eternity? I remember the stories of ancient gods and lost souls, of the eternal struggle between life and death, and I realize, we're playing God, grasping at threads we barely understand. I reach out, desperate to pull her back from the brink, but the air is thick with a sense of finality. The
The screen flickers ominously as the last words spill into the void, and I hold my breath, feeling the weight of the universe pressing down on us. What have we done? I whisper again, voice breaking. But there's no answer, just the relentless ticking of the clock, echoing through the silence, counting down to an uncertain future, a digital afterlife waiting to consume us both. The clock struck midnight, the sound of its chime echoing through the empty streets like a warning bell. Shadows danced along the cobblestones, each flicker of movement heavy with unspoken dread. Alex leaned against the cold brick wall of an abandoned building, heart racing, breath coming in short gasps. The night had swallowed him whole, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and despair. He could feel it in his bones, the weight of something lurking just beyond his vision, a presence that tightened around him like a noose. The underworld wasn't just a myth. It was here, pressing against the veil of the mundane, whispering promises of salvation and eternal torment. I remember, his voice trembled, echoing in the silence. I remember the stories. The ones my grandmother told me, her voice low and trembling, weaving tales of lost souls and twisted fates. They're waiting for you, she said, her eyes wide with fear, as if she could see them lurking in the dark. They'll come for you. And now they were here. The shadows were alive, slinking closer, their whispers merging with the rustling leaves. He could almost hear their laughter, a sinister cacophony that made his skin crawl. He was not alone in this haunting, this dance with the spectral. Jamie, his best friend, stood a few feet away, eyes wide and frantic, grappling with her own demons. Alex, she shouted, her voice piercing through the thick, eerie silence. We shouldn't be here. We have to leave. Panic rippled through her tone, raw and visceral, as if she could sense the darkness closing in. Her fingers trembled, clutching the small pendant around her neck, a talisman against the malevolent forces she believed were watching, waiting. I can't. Jamie. What if they're real? The question hung in the air, heavy with the gravity of fear. Could they really be real? He felt the ache in his chest, a dull throb that resonated with every heartbeat. What if the underworld was not just a place, but a state of mind? A manifestation of all his anxieties, all the fears he had buried deep inside him, where light dared not tread. I remember, the phrase tumbled from his lips, a mantra that felt increasingly fragile. I remember the night my father vanished. The police said he'd run away, but deep down, I knew, the truth coiled in his stomach like a serpent, its fangs poised to strike. The shadows took him. They took him into that darkness, and I've been chasing after him ever since. Jamie's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and for a moment, they shared that raw, aching truth, the shared horror of facing the abyss. She too had lost someone, her younger brother, swallowed whole by addiction, the very underworld of flesh and bone that had claimed so many souls before. We can't let them take us too, she whispered, voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. Something flickered in the corner of Alex's vision, a figure, tall and gaunt, its features obscured by the shadows. His heart pounded, each beat a frantic reminder of the precarious line they tread between reality and the nightmare. Jamie, do you see that? He asked, his voice barely more than a breath. She turned, her body rigid, and for a moment, the world narrowed down to the taut, charged silence between them. They stood suspended in time, the echo of their fears thrumming in the air like a warning siren. What if, she began, but the words died on her lips, replaced by the palpable fear that surged through them both, a fear of what lay beyond the thin membrane of their reality. I remember when we were kids, he said, his voice a fragile thread in the oppressive darkness. We used to talk about what lay beneath the earth, like we were explorers of a vast, hidden world. But now, the weight of that memory felt like a funeral shroud. What if we were right? What if the underworld is just a reflection of our own darkness, our own regrets? The figure shifted, closing the distance between them, and the air crackled with tension, filled with the unspoken words of their hearts. Alex felt something cold brush against his skin, a whisper of dread that made him shiver. He wanted to run, to flee from the impending confrontation with the specters of their pasts. But he was rooted in place, as if the ground itself had swallowed his fear and replaced it with a chilling sense of inevitability. Jamie's breath hitched, the shadows of her memories weaving seamlessly with the horrors they faced.
What if we're already in the underworld? She murmured, her voice barely audible, a threadbare whisper against the weight of reality. What if this, she gestured around them, is just a reflection of our own despair? With a sudden, visceral clarity, Alex realized he could either face the darkness or succumb to it. The stakes weren't merely the spirits lurking around them, it was a battle with the very essence of what haunted them: guilt, loss, the crushing weight of living with the ghosts of those they had failed to save. I can't go back. Not without knowing, he said, determination igniting in his chest like a flame in the dark. Jamie's hand shot out, grasping his arm, grounding him in the moment. Then we face it together, she replied, steeling herself, the shadows no longer just a backdrop but part of their confrontation. In that moment, the air shifted, the darkness felt alive, pulsing with anticipation. The figure, a wraith of their fears, loomed closer, and in its gaze, they saw not just the darkness but the reflection of their own hearts beating against the night. Would they emerge from this battle unscathed, or would they be swallowed by the shadows forever? The answer hung palpably between them, a question that echoed into the void, beckoning them deeper into the unknown. The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder of their fragile existence. And the underworld waited, hungry for the reckoning. The clock struck midnight in the echoing silence of the crumbling old church, its walls steeped in shadows, secrets, and the weight of lost souls. I stood there, heart racing, the air thick with an unshakable tension that seemed to vibrate against my skin. Ghostly whispers danced around me, fragments of lost conversations, and the chilling breath of history haunted every corner. Somewhere beneath the layers of dust and despair, I could feel them, the figures of the past, their hopes and fears still clinging to the air like the residue of a forgotten dream. There was Napoleon, the conqueror forever sprawling across battlefields of his own making, now a mere echo. He believed in glory, in a legacy that would stretch into eternity. I could almost see him, a whirlwind of ambition and bravado, trampling over the bodies of those who dared stand in his path. Beneath that fierce exterior, though, surged a current of desperation. The night he died on that lonely island, he whispered of the afterlife, of a realm where he could reclaim his empire, where his spirit would rise like the sun above the blood-soaked horizon. But dreams have a way of twisting into nightmares, don't they? I remember the way he clutched at the thin air, gasping for breath as if he were grasping at the very threads of fate unraveling around him. I will return, he proclaimed, a desperate mantra against the encroaching darkness. Did he believe it? Did he really think he could defy death, wrangle it like a wayward soldier? In the end, the only thing that returned was the echo of his own voice, bouncing off the walls of his solitary prison. You hear stories about Marie Antoinette too, the queen draped in silk and satins, who met her end beneath a guillotine's hungry blade. In her last moments, her thoughts were not of revenge, nor of her opulent past, but of peace, an escape from the chaos that had consumed her. Let them eat cake, she once said, a frivolous statement that transformed into a haunting refrain. She sought forgiveness, an absolution wrapped in layers of pastry and powdered sugar, yet the crowd only wanted her blood. The irony cut deeper than the blade that fell. In my mind's eye, I can see her standing before the crowd, regal but trembling, a shadow of her former self. I remember the gardens of Versailles, she whispered to the wind, a bittersweet sigh that mingled with the rising clamor. I remember laughter, whispers under the moonlight. Her life had been a spectacle, a grand play with the final act written in blood. Did she find solace in the afterlife, a second chance to dance among the stars? Or was she condemned to relive that fateful day, forever trapped in the echo of the crowd's roar? And then there's Socrates, the philosopher who drank hemlock with defiance, his beliefs so unwavering they seemed to carve the very fabric of existence itself. The unexamined life is not worth living, he said, a mantra that still resonates like a haunting melody. But what of the afterlife? Did he truly believe in a realm where the soul would continue its quest for truth? Or was he simply grasping for some semblance of meaning, even in the face of death? I can almost smell the bitterness of that poison, see the flicker of fear in his eyes, a man who had spent a lifetime questioning everything, now questioning the very nature of his own mortality. If only I could know, he murmured, a prayer lost on the winds of time, if only I could know what lies beyond this shadow. Did he seek enlightenment among the stars, or was he just as lost as the rest of us, adrift in the void?
The church creaked around me, a reminder of the past still clinging to the present. Shadows danced like specters at the edge of my vision, each one a fragment of a story long forgotten, yet achingly familiar. I could feel their presence, the weight of their unresolved questions pressing against my chest. What happens when the curtain falls? When the final act ends, and the audience disperses? Are we left to wander aimlessly through the ether, or is there something waiting, something promising just beyond the veil? The walls seemed to breathe, pulsing with the rhythm of 100 hearts, 100 souls all yearning for connection, for understanding. I closed my eyes and listened to the echoes, each one a testament, a warning, a testament of the human experience, of our collective longing for something beyond ourselves. I remember the chill that settled deep within me, a gnawing fear, a gnashing of teeth against the relentless march of time. The figures of the past beckoned, their stories intertwining, wrapping around me like an embrace that held both warmth and despair. Did Napoleon ever find his empire? Did Marie dance among the stars, free from the chains of her past? Did Socrates ever find the truth he sought, or was he as lost as I felt in that moment? Time moved differently in that space, moments stretched like shadows, creeping into my thoughts, urging me to confront my own beliefs about what lies beyond. I could almost taste the fear, a metallic tang that mingled with the dusty air, a reminder that we are all bound to question, to ponder, to grapple with the unknown. As whispers filled the air, I became acutely aware of my own heartbeat, racing against the weight of eternity, and I wondered, in the grand tapestry of existence, do we ever truly escape? The night outside loomed heavy, a dark shroud that swallowed the light, and I felt the pull of history wrapping tighter around my throat. I had entered a realm not just of the dead, but of the living, an exploration of the very core of what it means to be human, a search for meaning, a yearning for connection, a desperate plea for understanding. And as the shadows loomed larger, I knew this was just the beginning. The tales of those who came before me were far from over, and perhaps, in their stories, I could find my own voice echoing back, a reminder that even in the face of oblivion, we are never truly alone. The wind howled outside, a haunting melody that sliced through the suffocating silence of the room, where shadows danced like restless spirits. Stale air pressed down, thick with the scent of unshed tears and faded memories. A clock ticked, a slow, agonizing reminder that time, relentless and indifferent, would not pause for grief. It was as if each tick was a heartbeat, echoing through the heavy atmosphere, counting down to an inevitable confrontation. I remember the moment I stepped into the dimly lit space, my heart thundering against my ribs like a wild animal desperate to escape. My hands trembled, fingers brushing against the cool wood of the coffin, where a face I once knew so well lay still and unrecognizable. This was not the vibrant spirit I had loved, but a shell, draped in a shroud of finality. The air was oppressive, laden with the weight of sorrow as I struggled to breathe, grappling with a grief that felt as eternal as the night sky outside. Beside me, Sarah stood in a cocoon of swirling emotions, her eyes glassy, reflecting a storm of disbelief. She was always the anchor in moments of chaos, the one who kept the rest of us steady, yet now she was lost, adrift in a sea of sorrow. I could feel the fissures forming in her heart, cracks that would inevitably shatter if we didn't come together, if we didn't find solace in our shared pain. "Why did it have to be him?" she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the chaos. "Why did the universe choose him?" Her hands clenched into fists, trembling with the intensity of her emotions, anger mingling with despair. I could see it unraveling her, each wave of sorrow pulling her deeper into the abyss. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the edge, but something held me in place, a paralyzing fear that I would sink alongside her. A soft murmur rippled through the crowd gathered in the corner of the room, a collective sigh that resonated with our loss. Faces blurred together, each one etched with their own grief, their own baggage. I recognized the shared agony, the pain that connected us like a gnarled tree, roots entwined beneath the surface. We were all broken, but we were broken together, and the sheer weight of that connection was both suffocating and liberating. I remember the stories that emerged like ghosts from the shadows, tales woven into the fabric of our mourning. "He always knew how to make us laugh," someone said, voice thick with emotion. "Remember that time he tried to cook and almost burned down the kitchen?" Laughter erupted, a bittersweet melody that pierced through the sorrow. It was a momentary reprieve, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, joy could flicker like a candle struggling against the dark. As the stories flowed, I watched Sarah's face transform, shadows lifting slightly, the corners of her mouth twitching upwards. We were weaving a tapestry of remembrance, each thread a shared experience, a reminder that even in death, our loved one would remain alive in the echoes of our laughter. But then the laughter faded, and the weight of grief settled like an anchor in the pit of my stomach. A silence fell over the room, heavy and oppressive. The air crackled with unspoken words, a tension that crackled like electricity, demanding to be released. I felt it building inside of me, a storm of emotions ready to burst free. It was time to confront the truth, the fear that haunted me like a shadow, the fear that we would forget him. "Do you think he knows?" I blurted out, my voice shaking. "Do you think he's watching us, feeling this pain?" The question hung in the air, a delicate thread of vulnerability that connected us all. Sarah's eyes widened, the raw emotion sharp and electric between us. She looked as if I had pulled her from a trance, the haze of sorrow lifting for a brief moment. "I hope he does," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. "I hope he can feel how much we loved him." In that moment, we stood together, two souls intertwined in our grief, and I felt the warmth of community wrap around us like a blanket. Others shifted closer, drawn by the gravity of our exchange, and soon we formed a circle, a sanctuary of shared pain. The room transformed, it became a sacred space filled with the echoes of love, laughter, and the raw, unfiltered essence of humanity. But as the night wore on, I began to notice the cracks in our collective facade. A man at the edge of the circle, his face shadowed and tight, struggled against his own grief. I recognized him, the brother of the deceased, his eyes a well of sorrow, drowning in regret and anger. I could almost feel the weight of his emotions pressing against the walls, threatening to burst forth like a dam ready to shatter. Finally, he spoke, voice breaking. "We weren't there for him when it mattered," he said, and the words cut through the air like a knife. "I was too caught up in my own life, my own problems. I should have. Ooh, the rawness of his pain sent chills down my spine. His grief was a storm, fierce and unyielding, sweeping through the room and leaving us all breathless. In that instant, I felt the gravity of community, the sacred bond forged in shared suffering. We were all flawed, all burdened with our own regrets, but together we could rise from the ashes of our grief. We could transform our pain into something beautiful, a tribute to the life lost, a promise to carry his memory forward. I remember the way the room felt then, as if time itself had stopped, suspended in that shared heartbeat. Every soul connected by invisible threads of love, longing, and loss. The silence that followed was not empty, it was filled with the weight of our collective sorrow, a reminder that we were not alone in this. We were a tapestry of grief, woven together in a moment that transcended time, a moment that would linger long after the clock had ceased its relentless ticking. As the night deepened, the shadows seemed to breathe with us, whispering secrets of the past, present, and future. The energy shifted, transformed, and I felt the pulsing rhythm of life and death intertwined, a vivid reminder that while grief may tear us apart, it could also bind us closer than we ever imagined. And as I stood there, surrounded by the ghosts of our shared memories, I knew this was just the beginning, a raw, unfiltered exploration of grief that would carry us forward, an unending cycle that would intertwine our fates in ways we could never fully comprehend. The air crackled with the stench of burnt offerings, a twisted communion with the dead. Shadows danced upon the stone walls of the temple, flickering in time with the frenzied heartbeat of the crowd. I remember their faces, twisted masks of fear and desperation, a sea of eyes staring into the abyss, waiting for salvation that would never come. They believed in the promises of sacred texts, words written in the blood of their ancestors, whispers of the underworld that promised a reunion with lost souls. Yet here I stood, caught in the storm of my own doubts, clutching the fragile parchment that could either save us all or damn us forever. "Do you really think it will work?" Ilara's voice trembled, a soft thread woven into the cacophony of the ritual. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, mirroring the fear that coiled tightly around my heart. I could feel the weight of her gaze, the burden of expectation. She had always been the dreamer, the one who believed that love could defy the cosmos, that we could breach the veil between life and death. But I was no longer sure. I don't know, I confessed, the admission clawing at my throat. The words dripped with a bitterness that echoed through the temple. But we have to try, don't we? The urgency in my voice felt like a desperate plea, a confession of sins long buried. I could see her resolve falter, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. And then there was Marcus, standing at the periphery, a spectre wrapped in shadows. He was the skeptic, the historian who would rather cling to facts than flirt with the supernatural. Yet here he was, caught between the gravestones of our shared past and the haunting promise of the sacred texts. I could see it in his eyes, the conflict tearing him apart. He had lost someone too, someone whose laughter still echoed in the halls of his memory. What if the underworld isn't what they say it is, he whispered, as if afraid the gods might be listening. What if it's just another trap? The thought hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I remembered the stories, words spoken in hushed tones by the fire, tales of lost souls wandering in darkness, longing for the warmth of the living. But those stories had twisted in my heart, morphing into nightmares that haunted my sleep. Could we really trust them? The incense burned thicker now, swirling like the memories of the dead, each plume a reminder of what we stood to lose. Time stretched, seconds etched into eternity, and I felt the pulse of the universe thrumming beneath my skin. We have to confront the shadows, I whispered, more to myself than to them. We owe it to those we've lost. The ground beneath us seemed to shudder, as if the very earth knew our intentions. I caught a glimpse of Ilara's hand trembling as she reached for mine, fingers intertwining, a fragile connection in the chaos. Promise me, she said, her voice a haunting melody, promise me we'll find them. I promise, I declared, although my heart wavered, doubt gnawing at the edges of my resolve. The sacred texts we held were filled with accounts of the underworld, gates of obsidian, rivers of despair, and the dreaded judgment that awaited souls. Yet, who were we to challenge those ancient words? The crowd's murmur rose, a collective heartbeat thrumming with anticipation. Shadows flickered, shapes twisting and distorting, a prelude to the horror that lay ahead. I felt the ground pulse beneath our feet, a cosmic drumbeat echoing in time with our fears. The moment was so exquisite, so fragile, that I felt as if the fabric of reality was about to tear. Suddenly, the air shimmered with a coldness that stole the breath from our lungs. A figure emerged from the darkness, cloaked in layers of sorrow. You seek to pierce the veil. The voice was a low growl resonating with ancient power. What makes you think you are worthy? Each word was a dagger, each syllable a reminder of our insignificance. Marcus stepped back, his bravado crumbling under the weight of the apparition. We just want to, he stammered, but the figure raised a hand, silencing him. You wish for the past, it hissed, but the past is a curse, a labyrinth of sorrow. Ilara's grip on my hand tightened, her face pale, yet resolute. We have to try, she repeated, her voice trembling but filled with an unyielding fire. We can't leave them in the dark. The figure's laugh was a sound that echoed through the ages, chilling, haunting, yet somehow familiar. And what will you sacrifice? It taunted, eyes glittering with malice. Every choice has a price. Are you prepared to pay? My heart thundered in my chest, a wild drum calling forth the specters of my past. I remembered my father's voice, felt the warmth of his embrace, the way his laughter could cut through the coldest nights. I'll pay whatever it takes, I said, a resolve blooming amidst the fear. I won't let them fade into nothingness. The figure paused, a flicker of interest sparking in its ancient eyes. Then enter, if you dare, it murmured, gesturing to the yawning chasm behind it, darkness spilling forth like a tide eager to devour. I looked at Ilara, saw the determination etched on her face, and at Marcus, whose skepticism now shimmered with the tiniest thread of hope. Together, we took a step forward, hearts racing, breaths mingling in the cold air. As we crossed the threshold, the world behind us faded, swallowed by the darkness. The underworld lay before us, an expanse of shadows and whispers, promises and regrets, a place where the light dared not tread. I remember feeling the weight of eternity on my shoulders, the pulse of the universe thrumming in my veins. The journey had only just begun, and the price would be steep. But we were ready. And in that moment, as the gates of the underworld creaked open, we sealed our fates, stepping into the very heart of darkness. The The clock ticks, each second weighted like a stone, echoing in the silence of the dimly lit room. I can't breathe, can't think, as the air thickens with uncertainty. Shadows creep along the walls, whispering secrets of what lies beyond. I'm caught in this moment, suspended between fear and hope, staring into the eyes of my mother, who lies frail and unyielding on the hospital bed, her breath shallow, each one a reminder of the life ebbing away. I remember her laughter, so full of life, now replaced by the sterile beeping of machines, each sound punctuating the dread wrapping around my chest like a vice. Across the room, David shifts uneasily, his hands trembling. He's my brother, but it feels like we're strangers in this shared agony. What if there's nothing, he murmurs, the words spilling from his lips like poison. His voice is laced with a desperation that cuts through the air, sharp and jagged. I watch him, the furrow in his brow deepening with each passing moment, each moment a flicker of the doubt that has haunted him since the day our mother was diagnosed. He's always been the skeptic, the one who questions everything, who finds solace in reason and logic. But right now, that ground beneath him is crumbling. I remember the stories she told us, I whisper, my voice trembling slightly. The ones about the stars, about how we're all part of something bigger. A flicker of pain passes through David's eyes, a challenge in his gaze. But what if they're just stories? What if we disappear into darkness? The room feels colder, the weight of his doubt pressing down on me. I glance at our mother, her face pale, a canvas of memories painted with love and laughter, now fading. I want to believe, I say, fighting against the rising tide of despair. What if she's waiting for us, somewhere out there? A comforting fairy tale, David retorts, his voice sharp, the tension crackling like electricity. You can't just wish it to be true. Each word stabs at me, and I feel myself unraveling, the fibers of my hope fraying, but still, I refuse to let it go. I remember the night we sat under the stars, the three of us bundled in blankets, our breaths clouding the frostbitten air. Mom pointing toward Orion, her eyes sparkling as she spoke of the souls wandering the cosmos, of love that transcends time and space. Maybe, I whisper, maybe she's up there, watching over us. David runs a hand through his hair, frustration boiling beneath the surface. You can't just romanticize death, he snaps. The anger in his voice is palpable, a raw nerve exposed. It's final. It's cold. Each syllable hits me like a cold wave, crashing and pulling me under. Time stretches, and in the stillness, I feel my heart race. Memories flood my mind, our childhood, laughter echoing in the hallways, the warmth of her embrace on stormy nights. But now, that warmth is fading, the light dimming, and I'm left grasping at shadows. David, I breathe, what if she's not gone? What if she's just transformed? He glares at me, frustration etched on his face. Transformed into what? Dust? That's not a comforting thought. His anger swirls, fierce and unfocused, like a storm brewing just beneath the surface. I see it, the clash of belief and doubt, the struggle for control in a world that makes no sense. Every moment stretches, the room pulsating with our unspoken fears. Outside, the night darkens, and I hear the distant wail of a siren, a ghostly reminder of life moving on while we stand still, trapped in this moment of raw emotion. I remember the way she held us close, the way she believed in life and love, in the possibility of something greater. What if we're the ghosts? I say, the words spilling out, desperate to break the tension. What if we're the ones haunting this space, clinging to her memory? David's eyes widen, a flicker of something, fear, realization, crossing his features. You think she's watching us? Judging us? The thought hangs heavy, crackling in the air. We're caught in a web of our own making, a debate as old as time, spiraling around us like the cosmos themselves. I can feel it, the weight of the universe pressing down, the secrets of the afterlife coiling around my heart. Each second ticks away, relentless, merciless. The clock strikes, and I can see the shadows lengthen, the light of hope flickering like a candle in the wind. If there is nothing, I whisper, my voice barely audible, then what have we lost? But if there is something, if she's out there, waiting, my words trail off, caught in the swell of emotion rising in my throat,
overwhelming and bittersweet. David's breath hitches, the anger melting into something softer, more vulnerable. What if we're just afraid? The admission hangs between us, a fragile bridge over the chasm of our beliefs. He glances at our mother, her chest rising and falling, and I see the flicker of fear in his eyes, fear of loss, fear of the unknown, the fear that grips us all. The shadows start to dance, weaving tales of what was and what could be. I can almost hear the echoes of laughter, the whisper of a promise lingering in the air. Maybe the afterlife isn't a place, I say, the thought emerging, raw and unfiltered. Maybe it's a feeling, a connection we carry with us. David looks at me, searching for answers in my eyes, but I have none. I only have this moment, this fragile thread of hope binding us together. The clock ticks on, relentless, and I know our debate will never be resolved. It will linger in the air, haunting us with questions we may never answer. But in that silence, something shifts. A deep breath, a moment suspended in time. We're still here, still fighting against the shadows, still clutching at the light. And as the night deepens around us, I realize this debate, the existence of an afterlife, isn't just about what lies beyond. It's about the love we hold on to, the memories that bind us, and the hope that, even in darkness, we might find a flicker of light. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and fear, a suffocating blanket that wrapped around the crumbling buildings of the decaying city. Sirens wailed in the distance, a haunting symphony that echoed the chaos of the streets below. Maria stood at the edge of the rooftop, heart pounding like a war drum, her fingers trembling as she peered over the precipice. The moon hung low, a sickly yellow eye watching the desperate dance of shadows below, a dance that held secrets darker than the night itself. I remember, she whispered, her voice swallowed by the wind, the stories my grandmother told me about the underworld. She said it was waiting, lurking just beneath the surface, ready to consume anyone foolish enough to look too closely. Her breath caught in her throat, a visceral regret clawing at her insides, as if the weight of those tales had finally come to collect. Across the street, in the flickering light of a broken street lamp, stood David, his silhouette sharp against the chaos. His eyes were wild, betraying the torment roiling within him. Memories of lost dreams and shattered relationships flashed like lightning in his mind. "I can't let it end like this," he muttered, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. "Not again." The shadows whispered his name, a familiar echo dragging him deeper into the abyss of despair. "David!" Maria's voice pierced the night, desperate, raw. She felt the pull of his gaze, the way it danced between the darkness and the light, tethered to her yet terrified of what lay ahead. "We need to get out of here. They're coming." But he didn't move. Instead, he stood rooted, a statue of indecision, as if the very ground had become quicksand. What if the stories are true, Maria? What if the underworld is real? What if we're just pawns in their game? He was spiraling, losing himself in the labyrinth of his thoughts, haunted by nightmares that took on flesh in the flickering shadows. "There's no time for this." She stepped closer to him, her heartbeat thundering in her ears, drowning out the sirens. "We can't let them take us. Not like this." Her eyes shone with determination, but fear clawed at her throat, threatening to choke her words. "We have to believe we can change our fate." As if summoned by her words, the night erupted with chaos, the sound of shattering glass, the growl of engines roaring through the streets like demons unleashed. Maria felt her insides twist, a visceral reaction to the impending storm. "What do you want, David?" she cried, voice raw with desperation. "Do you want to stand here and let them take us? Or do you want to fight?" "I want," his voice faded into a whisper, lost in the cacophony. What did he want? Redemption? Freedom? The chance to rewrite the narrative that had trapped him for so long? "I want to believe," he finally admitted, a flicker of hope igniting in the depths of his despair. But belief was a fragile thing, a candle struggling against the wind. As they stood there, suspended between the weight of their past and the uncertainty of the future, Maria felt a chill race down her spine, a whisper of something ancient and terrible weaving through the night. The underworld myths were rising, clawing their way into reality, and they were caught in the middle of it. "Do you hear that?" she asked,
her voice trembling. "It's like they're calling us." The shadows seemed to pulse, alive with the weight of stories long forgotten but never truly buried. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, a warning wrapped in the warmth of memory. "The underworld is always watching, Maria. It waits for the moment when you are most vulnerable." David turned, his eyes wide with realization. "We're not just running from them. We're running toward something, a reckoning." The words fell heavy between them, a prophecy etched in fear and hope. "We can't run from our past. We have to confront it." A surge of adrenaline coursed through Maria as she felt the winds of fate shift around them. "Then let's confront it. Together." The bond they shared, fragile yet unbreakable, pulsed like a heartbeat. They stood on the precipice of something monumental, a decision that could either save them or condemn them to the very shadows they feared. And then it came, the roar of the underworld, a cacophony that spoke of pain and longing, of choices made and paths taken. It was a palpable force, challenging them to act, to engage. The city was alive with stories, each corner a chapter, each alleyway a verse in the ballad of their existence. Maria felt the pull of the night, the biting edges of reality sharpening as they faced the storm. "Ready," she murmured, her breath hitching as the shadows loomed. In that moment, she understood that every heartbeat counted. Every choice mattered. They were not merely participants in a tale spun from myth, they were its authors, wielding the power to reshape their destinies. "I'm ready," David replied, the fierce glint in his eyes igniting a spark within her, a light against the encroaching darkness. Together, they stepped forward, hearts racing, every footfall echoing the rhythm of their resolve. The night embraced them, a shroud of possibility cloaked in fear, and as the chaos unfurled around them, they knew the confrontation was just beginning. The underworld was alive, and they were ready to face it, come what may. The shadows danced, the air thick with tension, as they plunged deeper into the night, leaving the weight of their past behind, forging ahead into a future that was as uncertain as it was inevitable. The stories of old were rising, whispering through the cracks of reality, and the world would never be the same again. The clock struck midnight, and the city sighed. Shadows twisted, hungry for warmth, licking the edges of the alley where Maria stood, heart thrumming against her ribcage like a caged bird desperate for flight. She pressed her back against the cold, damp brick, feeling the dampness seep into her skin, an unwelcome reminder of the weight pressing down on her soul. The scent of rain mingled with something far worse, a rancid odor of despair, betrayal, and blood. "Damn it, Leo," she hissed, teeth clenched. He was late, and late meant trouble. In this world, time was a currency traded in blood and broken promises, and she had already spent too much. She could hear the distant screech of sirens, a chorus in the symphony of chaos that had become their lives. Fear gripped her like a vice. Was he still alive? Did he make it out this time? "Maria," came a voice from the shadows, smooth like silk but sharp enough to cut. She turned, breath hitching. Leo emerged, a spectre in the night, his silhouette defined by the flickering streetlight, casting an ethereal glow. His face, a mix of boyish charm and haunted intensity, looked worn, eyes darker than the alley's depths. "Where have you been?" The words fell from her lips, a mix of anger and relief. "You promised." He took a step closer, and she noticed the thin line of crimson staining his shirt. "I had to take care of things," he said, voice low and steady, but underneath, she felt the tremor of something darker. "You know how it is. You're not the only one who's tired of this game." Game. That word echoed, intertwining with the memories of whispered dreams shared under the stars, when they believed they could escape this hell. "I remember," she murmured. "I remember thinking we'd find a way out. But look at us now." Her laughter, bitter and hollow, broke the silence. "We're running for our lives in a city that eats people like us for breakfast." Leo reached for her, fingers brushing against her cheek, a fleeting touch that sent shivers down her spine. "Maria, I can't do this without you. We're in this together." But they weren't. Not really. The truth hung between them, a spectre of their shattered dreams. She had seen the truth in the eyes of the men who ruled the underworld, the ones who made decisions with a flick of their wrist, deciding who lived and who died. They were kings, but their crowns were made of skulls, and Leo had started to wear the dark allure of power like a second skin. "Do you even recognize yourself anymore?" she asked, voice trembling, threatening to break. "You're becoming one of them." His laugh was a sharp blade, cutting through the tension. "You think I can't? You think I don't know what I'm becoming? That power isn't intoxicating." And in that moment, under the swirling black of the midnight sky, Maria saw the man he was becoming, a ruler of shadows, a puppet master pulling strings with a grin. She felt the fear coiling in her belly. Not just for what he would do, but for what he might turn into. A noise shattered their standoff, a shuffling from the far end of the alley, a figure cloaked in darkness stepping into the weak glow of the streetlight. "You two look cozy," the newcomer sneered, voice laced with venom. It was Cato, the enforcer of a rival gang, his smile revealing too many teeth in a face that could only be described as a mask of malice. "Get lost, Cato," Leo warned, tension coiling tighter between them. "I think not, darling." The mockery dripped from his lips. "You've got something that belongs to me." Maria's heart raced, each beat a drum of impending doom. She could feel the air thickening, charged with an unspoken threat. She glanced at Leo, the clash of emotions in his eyes could ignite a firestorm. "I won't let you take her," Leo said, his voice rising, solidifying into a shield. Cato's laughter echoed in the night, a cacophony of madness. "You think you can protect her? In this world, Maria is a pawn, not a queen. She's already marked by the darkness." The chill in the air seeped into her bones. She had always known the truth. The underworld was a game of chess, but she was never meant to be more than a piece to be sacrificed. Yet, she felt the heat of rebellion burning within her, igniting a spark that had been dormant for far too long. "I refuse to be a pawn," she shouted, voice breaking the chains of fear, a declaration that shattered the night's silence. And just like that, the moment crystallized. A decision hung in the air, the weight of lives unchosen, paths unwalked. The confrontation loomed like a storm, raw and electric. "Choose your side, Leo," she whispered, the weight of the world resting heavy on the words. In that fleeting moment, time stretched, reality blurred, and Maria felt the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of every lost soul that had ever wandered these darkened streets. The shadows danced around them, each flicker whispering promises of power, damnation, and freedom. "I remember," she breathed, eyes locked onto Leo's, her heart torn between the man she loved and the monster he could become. The city held its breath, waiting for a resolution, a fight, a flight, or a surrender. In the depths of the underworld, every choice echoed like a gunshot, and neither of them knew if they were ready to pull the trigger. And so, the night thickened, swirling with tension, secrets, and unspoken fates, leaving them all to grapple with the shadows of their choices, teetering on the brink of an abyss that promised either salvation or annihilation. The clock continued to tick, but for Leo and Maria, time had already slipped away.